näidati nii, et järelikult on kõik hästi, võime alustada. Tere hommikust, toredad, targad, tublid, ilusad, võimsad, väärikad inimesed. Tore on teid näha. Ma vaatan, et siin ei ole ühtegi akent. Tahtsin just öelda, et kes on arvutanud mitmes päev? Aitäh. Kes on arvutanud mitmes päev, siis täna juba päikest näeb.
Have you calculated
no,
how many
vähemalt.
days of sun have we had? I think we've had it for 3 days at least. So welcome. My name is Kadi, and I'm here today with you. If you have any questions, then I'm afraid I won't be answer most of them, but I'm sure that the people who are going to speak here today, speaking about their work and their knowledge, they will have the answers.
Täna oleme kokku tulnud siis siia selleks, et
veeta
koos üks päev, umbes täpselt sinna 5 kanti täna minna võib aega.
We'll finish at about 5 p.m. There'll be lunch. You'll get to have coffee, go to the toilet. You'll also have the chance to discuss different topics, and you'll definitely learn new things. This is something that I believe. Looking at the people who are going to share their knowledge here with us today. It's the 4th time we meet here. A 4-year-old is a big child. I'm also a therapist at the hospital and at school, then I would say that 4-year-old children basically do many things when you give them the opportunity. So I think that this is what our day today is going to look like. Does anybody have a question or an answer that they would like to discuss? I'm sure you'll have questions during the day. But maybe let's get started. I can see that people are nodding. Maybe the introduction has been too long.
Aga siis see tänase päeva eesmärk veidi täpsemini on rääkida teemadel, millega tuleb kokku puutuda nii arstidel kui patsientidel ja nende peredel ning mis vajaks ühiskonnas tõstatamist ja loomulikult ka lahendust. Ja harvikhaiguste ravivõimalused, mida me täna veel ei tea,
We're going to speak about different opportunities for treatment of rare diseases. Did you take a photo of me? Thank you, lovely.
Läheme siis esimese videoloo juurde.
Let's go to our first video story.
Nii, pane nüüd pidur peale, et siis me näitame, kuidas me... Nii, nüüd me tõusime ühe. Aga ühe käega on toetanud, et ta on ise nagu hästi tugev ja siis me siit nagu... Nii, ja lükkan nüüd ennast taha poole. Saad. Sündisajalisena kõik oli hästi esimese lapsena ja tegelikult ega esimestel kuudel ei saanudki midagi aru. Aga aru hakkasime saama sellisel hetkel, kui reeglina 6-kuune laps peaks istuma, peaks keerama, siis tegelikult füüsiline mahajäämus oli see, mis silma jäi. Ja tegelikult siis ta ei olnud veel aastane, kui me ennast avastasime siis Tartu tolleaegsest lastehaiglas Luunini tänaval. Ja siis need uuringud seal alguse said. Et kahtlustati ühte, kahtlustati teist haigust, aga ükski diagnoos kinnitust ei leidnud ja nii me siis elasime selle teadmatusega. Aga Katrin elu lõpuni tänulik võttis siis Aimari ja Aimarile selleks ajaks sündinud juba ka vend, kes on sama geeni defektiga ja täpselt sama arengu peetuse ja tasemega ja professor Katrin Õunap võttis siis nii-öelda poisid enda tiiva alla ja mäletan, et ta kandis pilti alati oma märkmiku või rahakoti vahel ja igal konverentsil ja sümpoosiumil, kus ta käis, siis ta alati seda pilti näitas. Aga 19-aastaselt siis tuli vist Hollandi professorilt, kes ütles, et tihtipeal oli siis nendel haigustel on selline iseloomulik episood, kus seda okuloomises kriisis, kus siis tekib selline
something very specific in the photos. This is called oculorychit crisis. So the eyes have a specific kind of the eyes are upside down and there are facial cramps So he noticed this in Aimar. Aimar doesn't have this perhaps anymore, his brother does. But his Dutch professor noticed how Aimar was turning his eyes upside down. And this is very characteristic of this disease. So they tested for it. So Professor Ona came, we tested him for it. And I think it was the urine sample that gave us the diagnosis. This is aromatic amino acid carboxylase deficiency. What it means basically is that the brain doesn't produce three important neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin, nor adrenaline. The enzyme that's important for them is deficient. There are two people who have this diagnosis in Estonia, Aimar and his brother Peter. Of course, at first we were hoping that they would get well with the treatment. Nobody told us that this treatment was going to support them. But then we understood how it worked. And the diagnosis helped us a lot. We found out things about this disease. We met up with other people and with doctors, professors who were familiar with this disease. Once I even delivered a presentation that was written by Professor Ona. She had written this presentation, but she couldn't come to the conference, so I just read it out, although I mispronounced many of the terms, but other professors thanked me. It was an interesting time, and I could feel that we received a lot of mental support, and this kept us going. He was lying down. He could sit when we attached him to the with belts in a wheelchair, but he kept slipping off because he couldn't hold his body. He couldn't eat. Practically, he wasn't speaking in full sentences. He would say yes and no. He was very nervous. Looking back, he was frustrated easily. We had many problems at home. He was aggressive. He wasn't a happy guy. Aimar was able to lift his head up for about 10 centimeters, but he went to school. He finished both basic school and vocational school. At the same time, his mother looked for help in the international community and attended different conferences where possible treatment for his son's diseases was discussed. I started going there for about 15 or 10 years ago, and then I met Professor Jankevich there back at the time. He was testing the same genetic therapy on monkeys. On each and every conference, he was showing these surgeries. And I was a bit skeptical. I thought that we won't get this treatment. We are just looking at the brains of monkeys, but this won't give us any actual treatment because he was born with this gene and he will die with this gene. I didn't even know where genes are. It turned out that this was the spot that needed treatment. The main focus on the conferences was on how to get the right treatment cocktail to make the lives of my boys easier. Because I had come to terms with the fact that they wouldn't get well. Dr. Bankiewicz made his first surgeries in California, and I heard that he kept making the surgeries. Of course, there was the question of the age of the patient and the financing. I think it was like 7 years ago when we were in London, Aimar was with us, and Professor Bankiewicz, who is a Pole by nationality, although residing in America, but then Professor said that he would do the surgeries in Poland, and to me it felt like home because Poland is so close. So we were very excited about it. And there were some other patients, one from Israel, and there were some other parents who had adult children with this disease. So we kept buzzing around Dr. Bankiewicz. He gave us some hope. Then Dr. Onap also rooted for us. Then we ended up in the Children's Foundation. the National Insurance Fund didn't support us. And then I thought that I would just get this money and we will have the surgery. This was a huge internal struggle, also a struggle against bureaucracy, and also a struggle with the professor, because we wanted to get the surgery. People have asked me why I chose Aimar, not Peter. Peter is in a much worse physical condition. He has very weak lungs, but Aimar is strong physically and he was ready for the surgery. So this is why I haven't even considered Peter to have this surgery, because I'm afraid that in his case, this procedure can be fatal. Most patients get pneumonia after this procedure because this is an 8-hour surgery. It's done in a very cold room. And also Aimar, who had never had pneumonia before, he'd never taken antibiotics before, he got a pneumonia. So we spent 9 days at the hospital instead of 5. In the morning of the surgery, there was a threat that things wouldn't go as planned. And Aimar is showing us that the reason was in his back. The surgery can't be made on patients who have something of metal in their body. But Aimar had a back surgery, he had a severe scoliosis, and he had metal rods in his back, which were made of stainless steel. Since these steel rods can heat up, which means that they might damage back nerves, and there was a high risk of becoming paralyzed from waist down. They had several consultations with doctors here and there, and the mother had to decide. This was the most difficult decision I've ever made in my life. I called my husband in Tallinn and told him I have 5 minutes, shall I say yes or no? And we decided that we would take the risk. And the medical team in Poland said that they would keep her in the MRI as little as possible and as much as possible, as much as necessary. So they managed to follow the temperature. So I wasn't really worried about the brain surgery, but I was worried that my child would become paralyzed from weight down. I remember that this was what I was worrying about for the entire 8 hours. The doctors came to me during the surgery and reassured me. And when the surgery was over, then I went and touched his feet to see whether they reacted. As we can see in the photo, they injected a viral vector in his brain. This was an adenovirus with a mutated gene. So the idea was for the brain to produce dopamine at a normal level. It's an interesting disease. There are 3 enzymes that are low, then they actually just inject dopamine in order to improve mobility. Aimar doesn't need serotonin because he is a very happy and healthy guy. How was Aimar's recovery after the surgery that went on for about 9 hours? You couldn't keep your head up. Well, before you were asking me whether he could hold his head up, then before he could do that. And after his surgery, he got the pneumonia, which was followed by a severe diarrhea. So he had no water left in his body. And the first thing that we noticed after the surgery was that he couldn't lift his head. He was like a baby. After the diarrhea and all the other viral symptoms went away, he could raise his head again. They told us that we can see whether the treatment worked or not if we can see tremor in 10 days after the surgery. The 10 days after the surgery, everything was fine. He didn't have the tics that he has now. But on day 10, I checked my watch and I could see how his mouth started twitching. And then there were tremors all over his body. They told us that 3 months would be very difficult. For us, it was 6 months. Okay, raise your arms to the side, down. Raise your hands. Okay, now touch the nose with your index finger. Back. The other one. Okay, put it back. It's been 5 years or 5.5 years since this surgery. I think the physical difference is not the main thing we are talking about here. Of course, he can sit and he can stand up. Before he couldn't even be on all fours. Now he can do it. He can also sit on the floor with crossed legs. The things he couldn't do before, he can do now. Of course, our goal is for him to start walking by himself. Aimar's mother lists all the activities that he can do now. He doesn't take any medication. He's happy. He can help his brother. And next summer, Aimar will finally get to ride a bike by himself. Use my hands now. I have a lot of strength. How heavy are the weights that you lift right now? 3 kilos. Hey, 3 kilos in weights. I think it might have been 4. I can't remember. 4 kilos. Aimar has been eating a lot of medicines throughout his life, but by now he doesn't take any. He even doesn't take the medicines that were recommended by the neurologist to reduce tics. So I purchased these medicines, but what did you say, Aimar? I don't want them. And why don't you want them? Okay, they might inhibit your mind. I'm very thankful to all my friends who helped us and supported us. And I'm also thankful for the Children's Foundation who helped us foot the bill. And I think that the state of Estonia should also be very thankful because the medicines that Aimar's brother is taking now are very expensive. Aimar doesn't need them anymore. These are huge amounts. So I think that the health insurance fund should be happy. We were helped by good people. So this guy here is worth 3 million euros. Just look at him.
Jaa, milline vägev ja võimas lugu. Aitäh selle loo eest. Ja loomulikult asjaosalistele ka suur.
What a wonderful story. Thanks for the story. Aimar is now 32 years old. And the sum paid for his treatment by his family is 45,000 euros. This is a beautiful story. By the way, I forgot to mention, if you look that way, you will find headphones. We have a couple of foreign speakers today, and our interpreters will help everybody with the language. Also, you will be able to ask questions. Just open the conference website, and you'll find a place on Slido to ask your questions. But now, the gentleman in red socks is waiting to take my place. Professor Rob Wynn. He's a consultant at the Royal Manchester Pediatric Hospital, a pediatric hematologist, and he's treating the Estonian boy, Robin, who's 11 months old, and currently waiting for the continuation of his treatment. His recent operation is said to have gone well. And fairly ignorant in genes. The professor said the operation was fairly easy, but who knows? He has also helped write workbooks, textbooks, and guidelines. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for this invitation to come to Estonia. It's very nice to be here. I'm from Manchester. I'm a hematologist and I run a bone marrow transplant unit. And I want to talk a little bit about the work that we do moving from transplant where we use a donor to transplant where we use the patient's own blood stem cells where we have put a gene into them. And a little bit about our work. So I'm going to talk about gene therapy for rare blood diseases, work that we've done in Manchester and work that we've done elsewhere. Some of the talk is scientific, and I hope that I can make this understandable to everybody. So this is the mountain that we have to climb together. So my son did these slides. So we are here at the bottom of the mountain. Not quite at the bottom because we have some treatments. So we have stem cell transplant for immune deficiency and metabolic disease and rare hematology disease. But we want to climb the mountain, and we're just beginning to get to here, where we have new clinical trials for gene therapy. We have some licensed products. So when we look at this journey that we have to do together, we have patient need, and then we have work in the labs. Then we have some clinical trials, and I'm going to talk about some of our trials in Manchester, where we bring kids from over the world, including Estonia, and thank you so much for sending your patients to us. And then eventually we move from clinical trial to licensed products so that the work we have done becomes like a drug that's available and that you can use like any medicine. But that's not where we want to end up. We want to end up here, where we have treatments for all of these diseases, not just a few of them, that it's affordable to health services. So that video talked about costs, and these new medicines have too much cost at the moment, but we also want to make them safer. And so some of the things I'm going to talk about are here. We want treatments for all diseases. We want treatments that are affordable with no risk. So we don't want our treatments to cause cancer. We don't want our treatments to cause virus infection. And we don't want to have to do transplant anymore. So at the moment when I'm doing treatment, for example, for your little boy from Estonia, I have to give him chemotherapy to get rid of his bone marrow so that I can put in the blood stem cells that have been changed with the gene. Now, actually, I don't want to have to do chemotherapy to children. And so in the future, we want to be able to do these treatments without having to do a bone marrow transplant. So I'm going to make all of that clear. But this is where we want to end up, in a world where the treatment is safe for all diseases with no risk. So I am going to talk now scientifically a little bit for the treatment of rare or common, but genetic disease. And I'm going to give some examples of how we add the gene. So if you've got a mutation in a gene, then we can put the gene in using a virus, and that's called gene addition. If you have a mutation that's in the gene, you can edit it to correct it. So instead of putting a new copy of the gene in, you can edit and correct the copy of the gene that you have. And I'm going to talk about in vivo gene therapies, where we do the treatment in the body, or ex vivo, which is where we take the cells out from the body, change them, and then put them back in. So these are some of the blood diseases I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk mainly about metabolic disease, but there are blood diseases where the cell is affected and blood diseases where the proteins are affected, like hemophilia. So, and our future will end where we can do this without chemotherapy, which is what I've called non-genotoxic conditioning, where we can put the genes into the brain, which is very difficult, as you saw that first video. And importantly, and I can see you have some politicians and the like here, this affects regulation just like any medicine, and this is where the costs come in. So gene addition. So this is where we take a gene and put it into a cell. So you can see here that we take a gene and add it to a cell. So if you have a copy of a gene that is not working, we can use a viral vector and put that gene into the cell. And we can do it in two ways. We can use a lentiviral vector, or we can use an adenovector like in the video. And I'm going to talk mainly about viral vectors that are lentiviral vectors. And we can do it in two ways. We can do it ex vivo or in vivo. When we do it in vivo, we directly inject the virus into the bloodstream. And that's like SMA and the like. And usually that's an AAV vector. So you have to put a lot of vector in. It goes into the bloodstream and finds its place in the tissue. What we do mainly with blood diseases is we take the patient's blood stem cells out of the body. We put the gene in out of the body. The gene is then in the cells, and we then put the cells back into the body. So if we look at our little Estonian boy that you've sent to Manchester, first of all, we took his blood stem cells a few months ago. We've then, in the laboratory, put the stem cells, we've corrected the stem cells by putting the gene in, and then we've now done a transplant on him back in Manchester, and he is going very well. So we're going to talk about retrovirus first. Now, retrovirus is HIV. So we know that HIV is a virus that can cause problems. And if we look at HIV, this is how it works. So if you had HIV, okay. Yeah, so what happens is the virus goes into your cells. The virus RNA goes into your DNA. So what I'm showing here is the virus infecting the cell, and the virus genetic material, RNA, and then into DNA, then goes into your DNA. So that's a very nice model. What the virus wants to do is to use your cell to make it. So its DNA goes into you, and then the DNA of the virus, like you, is then made. Do you follow that? But what it does is it puts its DNA, so its genes, into your genes. And so when we looked at this over the last 20 years, it's a nice model for putting genes, the viral genes, into a patient. So what we've done basically with HIV virus technology is we have made a synthetic HIV. So we've made an artificial HIV in the lab so that instead of putting the HIV genes into the patient, it puts the gene that we want into the patient. And it's actually quite simple. So here's the virus going into you, and down at the bottom is the virus structure. So what we do in the lab is instead of having HIV, we give what we call plasmids here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And each one of those plasmids makes a bit of the HIV, like the cell wall, like the envelope, or like the DNA. And so we make in the cell an artificial, which has the wall, it has the particles, but we've taken out the HIV genes. Does everyone see that? So we've made a synthetic HIV, which has the enzyme gene that the patient is missing. So if we look at the little boy from Estonia, what we've done, lovely little boy, he's done very well, he's been very polite, his mother's been very calm, it's been a very straightforward transplant. But we took him to Manchester, we took his blood stem cells, and he's missing a gene called iduronidase. It's a rare disease, this is Hurler syndrome. And what we've done we took his blood stem cells, and then we've made an HIV, a synthetic and artificial HIV, that when it infects his stem cells, it puts the enzyme gene in. So it's very straightforward. But because the DNA is being changed, so we're taking a new gene and putting it into his DNA, then that can introduce mutation in the cells, and that can cause cancer. And so years ago, so you can see this is 2003, when we were first starting to do gene therapy like this, some of the children with immune deficiency, because the virus is infecting the cell and causing mutation, the new cells can get leukemia. And so we obviously don't want that. And so over these last 20 years, this slide summarizes how we've changed the way we modify the virus to reduce the risk of cancer. And the main thing that we've done is to change the way the virus gene is expressed. So in HIV, there is a powerful promoter that drives expression of the new genes. That's what the virus wants. It wants the new genes to be made. But that powerful gene promoter can promote these genes next to it, and that could be a cancer gene. We've all got cancer genes. And so that's why the kids were getting cancer. So what we've done over these last years is we've changed the way the virus is made in the lab so that we take out these powerful promoters, and then we have much less cancer. And so I think for your little Estonian boy and all the children we're treating like this in Manchester, the risk of cancer from these techniques is now much, much, much lower. And so when we look at blood diseases and immune deficiency, I do lots of bone marrow transplant for kids with blood diseases and for kids with immune diseases. So if you're my patient again, all I'm doing is you've got a mutation in your blood stem cells that mean you can't make blood properly. So when I do a transplant from a donor, the donor can make blood properly. And so the donor blood stem cells in the patient's body make blood forever. And because the donor does not have the mutation, then the patient is able to make blood as normal. But that is a risky process. We have to find a donor, and we have to give lots of chemotherapy, and we can get infections because of the immune suppression. And so when we do gene therapy, we take the donor away and use the patient's own stem cells with the gene put in. And that's much safer. Patient doesn't reject herself. There is no need for the intensive immune suppression. The infections are less. And so we can do gene therapy for all these blood diseases where you can't make blood or where you can't make an immune system. So it is technically possible to do this. But it may not work in every case. For example, if the patient's mutation is making the gene overactive. So if you like, some mutations are what we call gain-of-function mutation. So the mutation makes the protein overactive. So there's no point putting an extra copy of the gene because if you like, the gene is already too active. So these are the current trials for SCID. So there's lots of trials across the world, some in the UK, some in the USA. And this is the difference now. So here's the old promoter. You can see this very powerful promoter here, this red thing at the end. That's where you got leukemia. And now you can see that that viral promoter in the current viruses has been removed. I'm just going to skip through that slide. And you can see that these other immune diseases, there are trials coming in different types of immune deficiency. I'll probably just go through that. And then I'm going to come to metabolic disease. So I'm talking now about lysosomal storage disease. These are rare well, individually rare, but if you put them all together, they're not that rare, diseases where there is a deficiency in a protein. And I talked about allotransplant. So this is what we've done in the past. So I use a donor. So if I'm a child with lysosomal storage disease, I'm missing an enzyme in all the cells of my body. So I use a donor, so I do a bone marrow transplant. I give chemotherapy, I get rid of my bone marrow, I find my donor, and I do a bone marrow transplant using her stem cells. So you've sent me, over the years, several children from Estonia for a transplant like this. So we get rid of their bone marrow, we put a new bone marrow in where the donor can make the enzyme, and then what happens is these are the donor blood stem cells that you can see here, or the donor blood cells, and because they're healthy, they make the enzyme, and because they're blood, they go everywhere in the body, and so the new blood from my donor makes the enzyme and takes it all around the body and gives the enzyme to the patient's cells. Do you follow that? And so for many years, we've been doing this type of transplant in Manchester. So we use the blood of the new donor to give the enzyme that the patient is missing all around the body. And it works quite nicely in many diseases. And you can see here that before the transplant, in red, there's no enzyme because the patient can't make enzyme. After the transplant, you can see lots of enzyme in the blood, and the enzyme is coming from the donor. So here, no enzyme before the transplant, lots of enzyme after the transplant, and the enzyme then breaks down the stuff that's in black, which is what it should do. So before the transplant, no enzyme, and so the child has lots of what we call substrate. After the transplant, the blood gives the enzyme, and the buildup of this substrate comes down. And this is an important thing that we published many years ago. If we look at children after a bone marrow transplant, we see that the children that have had a donor that is outside the family do better than if they've got a carrier sibling donor. So if I've got two donors, one of whom is an unrelated donor, she is not a carrier, and her blood gives more enzyme than the sister because the sister is a carrier. And that's an important observation. If this child does better than if this donor does better than this donor, then maybe when we come to gene therapy, we can use, instead of putting 1 or 2 copies of the gene in, we can put extra copies in and we can deliver more enzyme. And that's one of the reasons that gene therapy works better in metabolic diseases. So we've just done a trial in MPS IIIA. So this is a lysosomal storage disease. And when we do a normal transplant in this disease, it does not work because the blood doesn't give enough enzyme. So we can do the transplant, we can get the donor cells to work, but the patient doesn't get better because the new blood isn't giving any enzyme. And so the children have a terrible disease. They develop normally to begin with. So up to the age of 2, they're gaining skills. Then they plateau, stop gaining skills, and then they lose skills. So that is the natural history of MPS IIIA. Kids get better. Kids are normal development. Then they stop learning, and then they regress. And during this plateau phase, the kids stop sleeping, are very excited. And then during this phase, they lose skills and then die early in their teens. And there is no treatment for this disease. But what we know is that bone marrow transplant can help similar diseases. What we know is that enzyme dose is important. And so our hypothesis was, if we can do the transplant using a gene therapy approach, we can give more enzyme. And if we can give more enzyme, then we can make it better. And so this is our results. They look complicated, but they're not. So if you look at where I'm pointing here, this is the enzyme level in the blood. And this in green at the bottom is the normal enzyme level in the blood. And this is what a transplant from a normal donor can deliver. But you can see that we have 100 to 1,000 times more enzyme in the blood after the gene therapy than we do after a normal transplant. And that is because we've put extra copies of the gene in than you would normally be able to get, but we've also driven the expression of those genes by an adjacent promoter. And the enzyme is getting into the brain. And most importantly, what we see, so we've done it in 5 children, 3 from Germany, 1 from Hong Kong, and 1 from Australia. What we can see is in this first trial, the kids develop normally, and then instead of plateauing, 4 of the 5 kids have normal neurodevelopment now 3 years out from transplant. And so these kids are in mainstream school, have normal development, have acquired speech, continence, complex play. And so we have altered the way the disease looks. So we've done 5 kids. And this is partly why these trials are so expensive. We had to bring the kids to Manchester. That cost a lot of money. They had to stay in Manchester. The vector, we had to make the vector. Parents were not paying anything. And so this is why gene therapy sometimes is expensive, and why, if a company is involved, they have to invest a lot of money in this trial. And what we're about to do is another trial where we do lots of kids. So this was just 5. The next phase is to do 30 or 40 kids in lots of centers. So Manchester, Milan, US, whatever. We'll bring your kids if you've got kids with 3A. And then they will want to license that like a drug. So the whole thing is very expensive. And of course, once they've licensed it like a drug, they want their money back. And so they will the drug will be very expensive. And this is what makes it difficult. I mean, I would like to treat kids anywhere, but these are expensive treatments because of this process. So when we come to MPS 1, which is what you've sent your little kid from Manchester, you can do exactly the same thing. So you can take the gene, but you put a different gene in. You can get higher enzyme levels. So here are the enzyme levels in the blood. So here's the normal range, and you can see that there's a 10-fold increase in enzyme level, and that should make them better. And if we look here, what we expect is that the growth of the kids will be better after gene therapy than after normal bone marrow, because more enzyme is getting to the bone in kids with this disease. So you can use gene therapy to improve the results of transplant. You can make it safer, but you can also make it better because you're giving more of the enzyme that the child has. So we've just done this trial. It's slightly more advanced. So I said that you have to do a proof of concept study with a small number of kids, and then you do the big study where you do multiple in multiple centers, and that's where we're up to. That's why you've sent your Estonian patient to Manchester. Milan was also open, and a US center was open. And so this is quite close to becoming a drug, so that all your children with MPS 1 will come for gene therapy in the future rather than for stem cell transplant using a donor once the treatment is licensed. But it will be expensive. And this is an issue for all of us, and not just for patients, families, doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals, but for governments. Because at the moment, a bone marrow transplant in Manchester costs, 100,000 euros. But the gene therapy will cost, I would think, above €1 million. So can countries afford it? And this is a political as well as a scientific question. There is no doubt that gene therapy for these diseases is better, safer, more effective, but it is also going to be more expensive. We've now opened a trial in Manchester for MPS 2, and this slide just summarizes it. So we have treatments for MPS 3, MPS 1, and MPS 2, which is Hunter. And what we've done in Manchester, we've changed the vector again here so that we give more enzyme to the brain early on. So getting cells into the brain happens. If I do a bone marrow transplant on you and I'm your donor, my blood stem cells will make cells that go into your brain and give enzyme in your brain, but it takes a while. Whereas the blood cells make enzyme very quickly in the blood. And so what we've done is to put a piece of protein called ApoE2. So we got the enzyme gene, and we've put this tag onto it, and the tag takes the enzyme into the brain. So in the end, the cells in the brain will give the enzyme, but immediately after the transplant, the blood enzyme is transported to the brain. So when we come to metabolic disease and transplantation, what we can show, and this is important, is that for 50, 60 years we've been doing bone marrow transplant using donors. We know how to do it, we know how it works. And what we're showing now is that we know that bone marrow transplant can deliver an enzyme gene all around the body. We've been doing that for years. But what we're now showing is that we can modify the patient's blood stem cells so that we can do a transplant with genetically modified patient cells, so it's safer and it's better. And in principle, we can do this with lots of genes. So I could do it for hemophilia. If you're short of a blood protein, we could do it this way. So we could put a different gene into the blood stem cells and use the blood as a source of different enzymes. And it's safer and it's better than a conventional bone marrow transplant using a donor. And I was talking to colleagues, and what I mean when I say that your little Estonian boy's done fine with gene therapy is that the gene therapy transplant is so much easier than a donor transplant like we do for leukemia, because the donor cells try and reject the patient because they're a different human being. The patient tries to reject the donor because they're a different human being. And we get lots of infection, we have to use lots of drugs. When we do gene therapy, this little kid, no problem, it's his own cells and it just goes through very straightforwardly. So I've talked about this process. Patients and their need comes first. There are many of these diseases. And I've talked about there are many of these diseases, but for each disease, we have to do these studies where we start with a proof of concept study, and then a bigger study, and then licensing. And the best example of that is MLD, so metrochromatic leukodystrophy. And you can see that when we do gene therapy for MLD, it completely changes what happens in the disease. So without treatment, these children die early in life with neurologic disease affecting the nerves in the brain and in the body. And if we do gene therapy early, and it has to be early, then we can change it so the kids have a normal life. And what we're doing is the same thing. Blood stem cells, put in the gene, do a transplant, put them back in the patient. And this is just a survival curve, and the top curve shows what happens if you don't do any treatment, and you can see all the kids are dead by 4.5. And if you do treatment, these kids are normal, walking, running, in school. And that's gene therapy, but this one has been through the whole system. So proof of concept, multi-center trial, and is now licensed as a drug. But in the UK, where it's licensed and we transplant kids using this gene therapy approach, it's costing many millions of euros per patient. So the drug company who've developed this are getting their money back from all that development. And this is a problem for communities like yours. There are many different diseases, and each one can be treated with gene therapy and the results will get better. But it's expensive, and at the end of it, the company, if it's done with a company, thinks it has to make money. And so I would suggest to you that this is maybe not the model for the future. When we've done our 3A work, we did it in our labs, and we then got a company to run the trial. And we got the company to run the trial because they could afford it and we couldn't. but then they want their money at the end. So somehow, communities of doctors and nurses and clinicians and patients and their families need to change this model so that we can make it, the end thing, affordable to all. I'm not going to talk much about gene editing, but gene editing is a different approach. I've talked about gene addition, where I put a new gene in. In gene editing, you can change the gene inside the body. And the best example of gene editing is thalassemia and sickle cell disease. So these are blood diseases. And using a gene editing approach, we take out their stem cells, which can't make hemoglobin or make a faulty hemoglobin. We edit it, and then we put the edited cells where the gene is corrected back into the body so they can make a normal hemoglobin in normal amounts. But again, the issue is cost. So my center in Manchester, we have started stem cell gene therapy for thalassemia and for sickle cell disease. But for each patient, we're using it like a drug, a one-off drug, but it costs a lot of money. So we've got some very nice results. We can cure lots of kids or make their lives much better using gene therapy. This is going to change the lives of many children in the future and the lives of their families. But that's the positive. The negative is that despite promising preclinical data, despite knowing we can do it, this blood stem cell gene therapy has not been widely adopted into clinical practice. So there are lots of diseases, but there are not lots of trials for those diseases. And that's mainly because of the regulatory burden and the cost of developing each one of these. So the cost and the complexity of the trial and of the manufacturing. And so a number of us in Europe, sadly we're outside the European Union, you're lucky you're in it, but a number of us from the UK and from the EU are trying to change the way these trials are run so that we do not need companies and so that we can make the whole process work for patients, work for clinicians, and work for governments so that we have gene therapy for more diseases and at less cost, which is obviously what patients want. But we also must do it safely. So we mustn't cut corners. We mustn't make the treatment not tested, but we must reduce the regulatory burden that is placed upon companies. So I'm going to say thank you. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to Tallinn. It's lovely to be here. Secondly, for you referring over many years patients from Estonia to Manchester for metabolic stem cell transplant therapy, and now for metabolic stem cell transplant gene therapy. I think this will change the world of the future, but we have learned not just about viruses and vectors and trials and transplants, we're also now learning about how to bring these treatments through trials to more patients. And I hope that when we're having this talk in 10 years' time, we'll have many more trials for diseases. So I hope that I've made the science understandable, but I'm very happy to take any questions that you might have. And once again, thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Professor Wen. Hold on a second. Maybe there is a question. Kas keegi on nii julge või teadlik ja tahab küsida midagi? Praegu on võimalus. Yeah, yes, you have a question. Okay, it's in English.
That's good.
Yeah, we give you a microphone so you can be a...
I like very much your last slide in which you were talking about a non-for-profit taking the lead in developing all these therapies. Does it exist already something like this in UK? Because I know in Europe, just very recently, the Teleton Foundation in Italy was the first charity that did something like this, becoming a marketing authorization holder for a gene therapy that they have actually funded first, licensed by a company, and the company was going to withdraw the drug, and they took it over and now they are marketing authorization for what I don't know is what is the sustainability of, it's like of this is something I would like to talk to Teleton at some point, but I don't know if you know more about how feasible is this.
So this is with Milan, so it's between different hospitals, particularly Great Ormond Street in the UK, with our regulatory authority, which is called the MHRA, Milan with the EMA, but not just taking back. But the example that you've given is a very important one, which is that it was developed, and then the company, even though these are our products from our labs and for our patients, it's the company that decides whether to proceed. And that is unfortunately, that is a financial decision. And so in this instance, the company decided not to proceed to market the drug, and so someone else can take the marketing authorization. And that is the question for us, and that involves and is involving lots of discussion with the EMA, with the MHRA, so that we can do it in the same way, so that we're not taking risk, but in a way that doesn't require that decision to be taken by a company, but can be taken by a university or an NHS trust. So that's where we're up to. That example is a good one, but it was already very advanced. The question for us is, can we do the same for many diseases from here? And I think that we can, and I would hope that in years to come, we will be presenting a lot of rare disease like this with the gene therapy approach, where the regulatory approach is specific for rare diseases. This is different than sickle cell and thalassemia, where there are going to be lots of patients in the world. This is MPS 1, so we do about 15 transplants a year in the UK, mostly in Manchester for MPS 1. And companies in the end are not going to be interested in those numbers because it doesn't make enough money. Or, in order to make enough money, you have to make the product so expensive that countries can't afford it. And that is our dilemma. So I'm a clinician and a scientist, but actually my work, our work in Manchester, is being limited by these problems. So that we have 3 or 4 products that we have licensed to companies in order to run the trial, but the trial doesn't run because the company doesn't have money, and then it doesn't go anywhere. And for the patients, that means it doesn't go anywhere. And we have lost the decision-making process there. So I hope we can make it easier. The world is littered with pharma companies, small biotech companies that have gone broke, because the way the company makes its money, it takes investment. And now people think they're not going to make any money, so they don't get the investment. So I think we all need to look at this, and I think patients and their families are very important advocates for change. But thank you for the question.
Thank you, and thank you for your answer. Yes, I believe there are some questions also on the wall, but we cannot answer all of them because, time. But maybe the first one.
I don't know. No, it's not my. So
you can't answer.
I'm only doing the blood
so
ones. Yeah.
Let it stay. Let's say thank you and let's clap for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nõnda. Ilma pikemata hingame korraks sisse ja välja.
Right. Let's take a deep breath in, out. Here we are. Let's continue.
Siia ka doktor Kai Muru. Tartu Ülikooli Kliinikumi
Please,
meditsiinigeneetiku.
Our next speaker, Dr. Kai Muru, who's a clinical genetics lecturer working on congenital heart anomalies. Kai, please.
Tere ka minu poolt.
Good morning, everybody.
Ja kuulsime ka professor
We watched the video and we listened to Dr. Wynn's summary of the new therapies. But I have come to tell you about the little boy who's been talked about a lot. I met him when he was 4 months old. But let us begin from the beginning.
kolmas laps, aga antud pere esimene laps. Rasedus ja
He was
sünnitus
the
läksid kõik
third
nii nagu peab.
child
Sündis
for
Talliski
this
40.
mother,
nädalal.
but the first child in
Täitsa
this
ilusad
family.
sünnikaalud.
The
Ja
gestation
apteringid,
period
seda, mida me
and
kõik ju vaatame.
the pregnancy and the birth were
Kohanemisel
perfectly regular.
oli see, mis ema
He
ja
was
isa
born on
häirisid,
the
oli see, et esimesel
21st
päeval
week of
laps hästi
gestation
nohises.
with
Soolalahusega
an
hästi
Apgar
ei
score
taandunud,
of 8.
aga teiseks
On the
päevaks
first day
läks
of
pere
Robin's
koju.
life,
Mida tehakse
his parents
sünnitusmajas?
noticed
Tehakse
he
kõiksugu
was breathing
sõeluuringud.
with some
Tema esimene sõeluuring kuulmise osas
wheezing,
läinud nii nagu peab, aga ka see on
but by
väga-väga
the
sage.
second
Et
day
me ei läbi
it
sõeluuringut. Tuli ta tagasi
it was
4.
reduced
päeval,
and the
sest ta
family
läks
got to
ära
go home.
teisel päeval
He
ja
did
tuli
not
teha ka
pass
teisi
the
sõeluuringuid,
hearing
milleks
screening,
on vaja oodata
but this is
48
fairly
tundi.
normal.
4. päeval
On
ta
the
siiski
fourth
sõeluuringut
day,
kuulmise osas ei läbinud
the fourth
ja oli
day
muutunud ka
pediatric
silmatrahmaseks, mis
hearing screening was not
andis ka hiljem
passed
korduvat
again,
silmapõletikku.
and his eyes
Kasvas ta ilusti,
were not clear.
aga
He grew
silmapõletik
fine,
tõesti kordus ja perearst
but
suunas
he
ta silmaarstile. Aga kuna ta oli
suffered
pere
from
kolmas laps,
repeated eye
viirused ikka neid
infections.
tabavad. Ja
But since he was the
viis
third
piirushaigust
child of
haiglasse, nii et
the
ta
family,
hingamispuudulikkuse tõttu jõudis ka
the family wasn't too
intensiivraviosakonda.
worried since viruses do happen
Ja
until
kui
he
ühel
ended
on
up
haigus, siis täna
in the
me teame,
intensive
kuidas seda aidata
pediatric
viirushaigust.
intensive care
Aga
department of a
tuli
hospital
küsimusi
with
juurde.
a RSV virus.
Haiglas diagnoositi tal lisaks
He was
keskkõrvpõletik,
diagnosed with
ühekuuselt,
middle
siis
ear
südamerikke,
infection,
mis
otitis
tõesti
media,
arvati, see on siis
along
seetõttu, et miks
with
tal see
heart
hingamispuudulikkus
failure
nii
due
ägedalt
to
tekkis.
mitral valve
Ja
deficiency,
kabubemsong.
along with heart failure. And he was also
Ja
diagnosed
siis
with
kontrolliti
groin
ka uuesti
hernia.
kuulmist,
His
ikka
hearing
ta seda ei
was
läbinud. Nii et
checked
siis oli plaan,
repeatedly. He did
et
not
oli ta
pass
ühekuune,
any
pidi
of
ta
these
tulema siis
screenings.
3-4-kuuselt uuesti.
At the
Kuna oli
at the age of
südamerikke
1
ja jäi
month,
ta
he was
kardioloogi
told to
jälgimisele.
return. The parents were
Samas
told to
kodus
come back when
ta
he was
kasvas
4
ilusti
months old.
ja kiusasid teda ikkagi jätkuvalt
He grew
kõrvapõletikut.
well at home,
Kui ta
still
3
troubled
kuu vanusest
by
uuesti
ear
kardioloogile tuli,
infections.
siis
When he
pärast
returned to the
vastuvõttu võttis
cardiologist
kardioloog minuga ühendust, sest et mina
in the
olen
age of
võib-olla
4
rohkem see,
months,
kes laste
the
südamerikkid,
cardiologist
ta
contacted
tegeleb
me as
geneetika
somebody who
vaatepunktist
might
ja
be
ütles,
more
et
in touch with
talle midagi ei
genetic
meeldi.
heart
Ja
failure in children.
siis me leppisime
And the
kokku, et saame
cardiologist
kokku
told
järgmisel
me
korral,
they
kui
were
ta tuleb
concerned.
kardioloogile näitama.
And we agreed that the cardiologist would meet Robin along with me at his next appointment. Robin was 4 months old at the time. With his mother's permission, I'll add a picture. Here are his lovely eyes. He had a slightly lower muscle tone, but his skills were age appropriate. Ultrasounds were as expected as well. But the mother mentioned that what distinguished him from his sister were the good hair growth, long eyelashes, and eyebrows. The geneticist noticed this.
Ja tänasel hetkel geneetikas on meil hea see, et me ei pea, kui meil tekib üks idee, me ei pea ühe geeni kaupa.
Nowadays, what's good in genetics is that we do not have to check our ideas a gene at a time. Rather, we can use gene panels to test for multiple hypotheses. They are slow, taking a couple of months at a time. But since I had some concerns I did not necessarily share with the mother, I asked the lab to speed it up a little. The results were in a few weeks hence. The groin hernia had strangulated by that time. That was also resolved. The gene panel results were as follows. There were 2 changes in the IDUA gene. The geneticist would like to know whether this is a single parent change or or the change is present in both parents. Because in case of both, this is mucopolysaccharidosis 1. And we were able to test the mother, and we were able to find out the mother carries one of the changes. And when Robin was 5 months, 10 days old, we were able to confirm his diagnosis. But let's talk about mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 a little. As you can see, it's an extremely rare disease. Its frequency is estimated between 1 to 100,000 to 500,000 people. And in Estonia, the frequency resembles this estimate. And the enzyme that's not working is responsible for taking waste out of the cell as well, which means waste products will remain in the cell. At the time of birth, therefore, the symptoms are not evident. A few months in, they're becoming evident. As you can see, the symptoms can vary broadly. When we got the results, the diagnosis, we realized some of the symptoms had been present at birth already, such as corneal clouding and the hernia. However, we were able to get the diagnosis fairly early. Even so, for the parents, the diagnosis itself is not primary. They are mainly interested in the treatment. The gold standard is enzyme treatment, which got market authorization in 2003. And the second option is stem cell transplantation. Emergencies tend to happen either immediately before holidays or during summer vacations, but I immediately alerted my team, and Professor Onap informed the Children's Foundation of the situation. The Children's Foundation was willing to support Robin, and the representative of the medical company also picked up my phone at 8 in the evening. We got access to the treatment, to the enzyme treatment really quickly. The second point in order was stem cell treatment. We hadn't had such patients in Estonia before. But after discussion with my colleagues, I wrote to Professor Wynn, and he replied in a matter of hours. So, the summary of the timeline: he got diagnosed in the age of 5 months, 10 days, and the enzyme treatment was initiated when he was 5 months, 17 days old. So within a handful of days, we were able to start Robin's treatment. As I mentioned, we were able to consult quickly with Professor Wynn, and Robin's first distance consultation was at the age of 6 months and 6 days. From the perspective of the parent, I believe it was all quite rushed. It all went quickly. It was good. However, Robin got a quick diagnosis, and the next steps were in reach. How many 6-month-old children have passports? I don't think there's many. But since we needed to leave the EU, we quickly needed a passport. This too was done, and at the age of 7 months, he first flew to Manchester. Initial screenings and tests were done, and when Robin had returned to Estonia, I got Professor Wynn's letter stating that one of the antibodies is positive. We called the family and he was brought to Tartu, but getting a blood sample proved difficult. Thankfully, the test showed that all the antibodies were negative, which meant he was eligible for Professor Wynn's treatment. And Robin made it to the therapy group. At the age of 8 months, he was taken to Manchester again for the harvesting of stem cells. The treated cells were retransplanted at the age of 11 months, 18 days. Here he is, a glowingly happy boy, currently 1 year old. And since, like his mother said, therapy is difficult, so in a way he grew up in a single day. Now, however, it's a recovery period. He's being monitored. He will be monitored for a long time for the research trial. And like the mother initially said, she didn't know whether she would dare try the new therapy because it was so new, maybe stick with the known. But she made her decision over one of our phone calls, and as she lately told me, she is very happy with her decision. But yes, it is a fact that sometimes we need to decide quickly, even if we wished we had time to reflect thoroughly. But I'd like to thank everybody, Robin's parents, his sisters, his grandparents. They have a good, cohesive family. And I'd like to thank our colleagues from the children's clinic, since we all collaborated on this case. When I called up my colleagues, they were all in immediately. And Dr. Kõvask, when looking at the child, immediately sensed that something might be different. And the Children's Foundation, we have closely worked with them, as well as the pharmaceutical companies and the representatives who were accessible during summer vacations and enabled Robin to get the necessary enzyme treatment. Thank you all.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Are there any questions? Or maybe you would like to answer? No questions, thank you. Now, let's go on with the story, a video story. There are 3 children in the story. Let's see how their treatment journey has gone so far. Hello, come on in. When I stepped into the home of the family Kalde, I could see photos of a small boy playing in the waves. Nothing in these pictures gives away the big tragedy that the family underwent 11 years ago when the parents found out that their seemingly very healthy boy, Ralph, had a serious genetic disease, Duchenne muscular dystrophy. For us, it was just a black hole. And I just looked up. How old was he? 3.5. So at the time he was running around, he was just a regular boy. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, he was a happy, normal child, jumping around, running around. But inside we knew that what his fate was going to be. This fate was tough. Young parents who went to the doctors because their son kept falling a lot were told that he was going to end up in a wheelchair and deteriorate. It was a big shock. It's a rapidly progressive muscular disease that ends in an early death. We were told that he would live for 15 years. We were just told that this is how things were, and life went on. How did life go on? We were in a shock for about a year, but I think that it took me 5 years to get used to the idea and to live on. Of course, you try to be strong during the day, play with the child, and in the evening you would just cry. There was no psychological support offered to young parents after this shock. And the steroids that were prescribed had an effect on Ralph. His mood changed. We lost our child in a year. He wasn't like he'd been before. He was aggressive and nervous. He used to be such a cute child. He would just come and sit on your lap. But he wasn't there anymore. Yes, unfortunately, this is what happened. Meet Henry. He's 7. He's running around and climbing like every 7-year-old boy, unlike Ralph did at his age. But also Henry's mom has known for 4 years that his son has Duchenne muscular dystrophy. According to the Estonian statistics, at the age of 12, they have to be in a wheelchair. Later, their lungs and heart will give up. So everything that needs muscular power will finish working. When you got the diagnosis, how did you feel? What happened? Did you just drive home, or did they offer you any psychological support? There was no support. They just told me the diagnosis. I was sitting there with my child at the doctor's office. I was crying my eyes out and thinking about how to get home. My lifeline was my sister. I called her from the car. Luckily, I had hands-free. If it hadn't been for her, to be honest, I'm not sure whether we would be here today with Henry, because this was a crazy journey back home. It was just one black hole. You were just driving and driving. None of us is protected in similar situations. Don't be fooled by the words rare. There are more than 6,000 different rare diseases, and there are more than 80,000 people with a rare disease in Estonia. Both families admit that after they received the diagnosis, they were left without any additional information, and new treatments available in the world weren't introduced to them. There were possibilities outside the EU. Some treatments had been licensed, but we were not told about it. What frustrated me was that we were said that, don't even look into it. Things are the way they are. There's no point in investigating things, but you did investigate. Of course we did. There is treatment. You can read about them online and you see the price tag. But when I tried to get them, they didn't sell these to me because you need support from the government. There is a high demand. But our state doesn't have the finances, doesn't have the will. 3 years ago, the Competency Center of Rare Diseases was founded, and the head of the center, Dr. Katrin Õunap, says that Estonian people are being discriminated against. We get the treatment among the last ones in the world, and it's difficult for our children to get into clinical trials. Such discrimination has lasted for a long time, and I'm not even sure when we will be taken as an equal partner. The new innovative treatment is often too expensive for our thin state. Then Professor Onap thinks that we should especially make an effort to get our children into clinical trials so that they would get treated, which would save their lives. It's not a secret that patients from small countries are often refused. This is often because there are many people who want to get into these trials and they prefer patients from their own countries. So you did try to get to the trials. Yes, the nearest trial groups were in Poland and in Ireland. I would have just moved to Ireland with Henry. So I understand that you didn't get into the trial. It's difficult when you understand that you won't get into the trial. The families found out from the people organizing the trials that it's very expensive. In addition to that, your child has to know the language spoken in the country. And this is not realistic when it comes to a small child. Do we want to help these children or not? I get the feeling that we don't. So this was the impression I got from this conversation back then. They weren't interested in getting a child into their trial who comes from a small country. For me, it was just discrimination against the child because the child was from Estonia, the transportation and all the other living costs would have been too expensive. Here you can see Ralph playing in the waves. Here he is running around in our country house. Here he is in Viljandi with a strawberry. Here he's flying a kite with his dad. The time when the treatment is started and damage stopped is crucial because it's very difficult to reverse the process of the disease. His situation got worse and worse. And when we look at the photos that were taken when he was a child, then it just made us feel horrible again. And then we stopped looking into the past. Let's ask from the Ministry of Social Affairs what they have done and what they are intending to do to stop the discrimination against the Estonian children. They don't take responsibility and send us to the Agency of Medicines. The Agency of Medicines has a regular contact with the representatives of pharmaceuticals, and we have discussed with them how important these clinical trials are for our patients and our doctors. So pharmaceutical companies are aware of this topic. Aware or not, but there are no positive results. Probably we haven't done enough, says Professor Onap. This should be dealt with on the level of the Ministry of Social Affairs. In the EU, all countries should be represented equally, and our patients should also be involved in these trials. And then you hear on the news how the high officials in the Agency of Medicine pay high salaries to themselves and bonuses. So probably they just don't want to spend money on one little boy. By the way, at the moment there is one Estonian child in a clinical trial in Manchester, England. This is Robin, who is 11 months old. And he got the gene therapy only because Professor Onap knew the person carrying out the trial. This is Robin's mom. Today we were admitted to the hospital and will stay here, come what may. We don't want to be too afraid. Robin was diagnosed with a very rare Höhle syndrome when he was only 5 months old. His body doesn't produce an enzyme that would take waste out of cells. They look a bit like old people. Their skin and the tissue under the skin is a bit thicker. They have coarse facial features. They have a huge head, large belly because their organs are bigger. And a similar process takes place in the brain. Brain cells die, and this has an effect on their intellect. According to Professor Onap, children with this diagnosis who don't undergo treatment live up to the age of 7 years. Robin got lucky. They took the 40 cells from his body, repaired them, and took them back to his body. And if everything works out fine, he won't need any additional treatment during his life. So first, we'll start with chemotherapy in order to kill his immune system, and then his own repaired cells will be taken back to his body. The stem cells were harvested at the beginning of December, and they were sent to Milan. There, they did what had to be done with the cells, and now they sent the cells back. Such gene therapy would cost 3 million euros outside the clinical trials. By today, the stem cells have been transplanted and Robin feels fine, but he has to stay at the hospital for some more time. So it means that little Robin can lead a healthy life because of this therapy. Yes, little Robin has a high chance of leading a healthy life, live like a normal person. When it comes to Henry and Ralph, who didn't get into trials, then over the past 2 months, both have been getting an innovative medicine, but not with the help of the government, but with the help of Children's Foundation at the University of Tartu Hospital. According to Professor Onap, Henry probably won't end up in a wheelchair, and also Ralph's situation will improve. The families are moved to tears because of this unexpected help. All these years, I kept thinking that we would get this treatment, we won't give up. And he's been getting it for 3 months already. Is it possible that he will get out of the wheelchair? It is possible. We have to believe. He can walk. We support him because we are afraid of him falling. We don't let him try. It was like a jackpot. It was incredible. One day you just read the letter sent from your doctor, and then the next day you are a millionaire because you've hit the jackpot because your child has got the treatment.
Aitäh kõigile asjaosalistele, kes selle looga seotud on ühte või teistpidi. Ja nüüd on sõna terviseminister Riina Sikkutil, palun.
Now introducing Minister of Health Riina Sikkut, please.
Tere kõigile. Ja nii nagu
Good morning, all.
On see siis 32 aastat või aasta ja
as we just heard, whether 32 years or 1 year, the waiting times are different. In one case, the child has waited for a long time. In the second case, however, given the opportunity, the parents need to quickly decide whether to take it or not. These are powerful stories, and we should gain inspiration from Professor Wynn's presentation. What has occurred in Estonia during the last year? It was just a year has passed by since I was last speaking to you on the same topic. The Estonian Health Insurance Fund, as the funder of treatment of all diseases in Estonia, is able to afford more and more treatment to more and more people every year. Speaking of rare disease, specifically, then we can say that the number of patients has doubled over the last 3 years. The baseline shows growth. But can we still do more? Can we still go beyond a little bit of growth every year? Looking back to 2024, one change was a support measure for children with rare disease. The support measure was directed towards children, pediatric patients specifically, and while yes, it could be possible to get less bogged down in bureaucracy, some of the fund is over 4 million euros. And this is intended to empower charity organizations who have more flexibility to decide whose treatment to support and in what way. And this year, the 4 million towards the treatment of children with rare disease will be allocated. Additionally, future-wise, the cancer center was founded. This center is not a treatment clinic. It is intended towards international collaboration. It brings together all the relevant competence in Estonia, hospitals, universities, but also the Cancer Patients Association and other stakeholders of cancer prevention, of cancer treatments, with the goal of making treatment accessible to Estonian parents. The National Health Fund added cystic fibrosis treatment to the drugs it offers on the 1st of July. And however, the truth remains that the framework of our activities does not fit all situations alike. And for each drug, we have to decide whether it's a good use of taxpayer funds. But now the decision guidelines have been updated to allow for more reasonable decision-making, including for the more expensive treatments. Looking forward, what other things might change? Rain and Margo will be here to tell you about the National Health Insurance Fund later, but a few drugs will be added to the subsidized drugs list soon for rare disease. Those drugs will concern just a few patients, but will change a lot for them. But speaking of the ministry's work, there are two draft legislation pieces currently relevant to children with rare disease. One of them allows the health insurance fund more flexibility in making decisions. As it was said, Estonia is no big attractive market to enter. When we ask why we have one of the worst accesses to novel drugs in Europe, the answer is sometimes the applications are not made. And it makes kind of sense in a way. For just a few patients, you would have to go through a complicated process. But now the legislative change will empower the health insurance fund to submit the necessary applications in lieu of the producer of the drug. And if you have any input towards how to add more flexibility to our system, we're looking forward to suggestions. And the second legislative change, this draft has gone through the first hearing at the Parliament, at the relevant commission, and it concerns exceptions for hospitals. So granting hospitals the right to produce specific treatments for named patients. The current legislation is not very old. It came into force in 2022. However, it strictly limits our ability to prepare novel treatments. However, developments are rapid, and we should remove the restrictions so that universities and hospitals would be able to work on the development and application to Estonian patients of these novel treatments. So this is a place where we can intervene to allow our own doctors to treat our children as well instead of sending them all abroad. I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Kas on julgeid, kes tahavad küsida? On midagi
Anybody?
Lasta. Liinal minna oma kohale tagasi. Jaa, palun, Siiri küsib.
Right, Siiri, please. I wonder how far along is granting import rights to pharmacies? We would gain a lot with this right. I agree, it's a highly necessary change. Currently waiting for the second hearing. But we have to notify, we have done the necessary notification to the European Commission, and we are waiting for their response. Once the Commission responds, I very much hope we'll be able to send it to second hearing this spring.
Ei ole tulnud juurde. Väga hea, aga aitäh.
Any more? No? Right? Thank you.
Ja nüüd kuuleme inimest, kes on nii mõneski loos juba esinenud.
And now we will hear from somebody who we've already heard about in a few stories and who is tangentially related to why we are meeting here today. Professor Oona from one of the initiators of the Tartu University Hospital's Competence Center of Rare Disease, a geneticist who has been working on the diagnostics and treatment of rare disease for a long time, and who has a lot of experience in rare disease research. I'm sure I forgot something, but please, here you go. Hello everybody from me as well. I will tell you about the possibilities for treatment of inherited muscular disease. I'm awfully sorry to be here myself. We hoped to be able to have foreign speakers. However, we did not get the times to match. However, there is hope for next year. But I will try and give you an overview of inherited muscular disease. I don't have any conflicts of interest in this presentation, but my research group has received funding from the Estonian Research Council and from the Ministry of Social Affairs. There's a technical issue. I can't see my slides currently. Right, thank you.
Kõigepealt siis natukene mõistetest ehk definitsioonist. Me kõik oleme harjunud rahvakeeles ütleme.
Let us first speak about definitions. We're used to talking about muscular disease, but what does it really mean? Looking at this diagram, the phrase neuromuscular disease can involve very different points of damage. The damage can occur in the spinal cord or in the nerve, or there might be changes in the muscle cell itself, or possibly a failure of the nerve to pass impulses across synapses to the muscle. So we have to see that the damage may occur in multiple different places. and the approach to treatment varies accordingly. Now, speaking to the Estonian community, we're still working on finding out how many people are affected. Junior researcher Siiri Saarv is currently working on this, and this is the current overview of the number of patients tested for neuromuscular disease. Currently, we have nearly 400 confirmed patients. As you can see, spinal muscular atrophy is the most widespread, Duchenne muscular dystrophy the second, and myotonic dystrophy type 1 and 2 coming in third. And the large blue is labeled with the term NGS gene panel, means the research means testing for multiple different genes. The majority of patients were tested based on a panel. The clinical picture has a broad range of many patients come and ask me whether their disorder can be treated. Here we have a couple of groups, CAPN3 and C1, where we are talking about a larger number of patients than in other groups. But now, what we have considered, speaking of spinal muscular atrophy, I'll be brief because Liis Väli will speak to it in more detail later. I know Siiri Saarv has already published on this topic, finding the 1 to 2 new patients with spinal muscular atrophies born in Estonia every year. As you can see, over the last couple of years, the number of patients has already increased, both by newborn patients and by our previous lack of data. Our second spinal muscular atrophy slide concerns the accessibility of treatment in Europe and in the States. The red arrow is unfortunately in the wrong place. But one of the drugs is accessible to all diagnosed patients in Estonia, thank you to the Health Insurance Fund. And the timeline shows how the access expanded by age groups. But I will move on to Duchenne muscular dystrophy. I will try and explain why gene therapy is complicated for Duchenne muscular dystrophy specifically. Is it clear? Right, thank you. The gene for this dystrophy is located on the X chromosome. It's one of the largest genes. It regulates the production of the dystrophin protein, and the size of the gene is a problem in the design of the treatment. The second largest muscular protein has been compared to a vast iceberg as compared to our tiny, as compared to a molehill. Dystrophin is a support protein for the muscular system. Its job is to stabilize the muscle. It's mainly supportive protein. Secondly, where the treatment is difficult, the gene is large, so many different changes can occur. On the diagram, as you can see, the 57% of the changes is deletion, but duplications, nonsense mutations, and other mutations can also occur. Looking at the diagram on in the bottom, you can compare it to children playing with Legos. The directions of the numbers are crucial. These are exons. They have to match precisely. And this is the basis of certain therapeutic means. Muscular dystrophy has numerous important therapeutic directions, but the key ones are exon skipping, stop codon read-through, and gene addition. We did not explain the term nonsense mutation before. The nonsense mutation is a change in a gene where when the gene is being produced, there is a sudden stop in the wrong place, where the rest of the protein is not built. Sooner in the creation of the protein the stop occurs, the shorter the protein molecule. And the treatment molecule we're looking for should be able to skip the early stop and to produce dystrophin protein that, while slightly shorter, remains functional. We have tried even antibiotics, but atanuren has been the only drug suitable for the purpose so far. Unfortunately, it is only applicable to the 10% of patients who have this truncated gene mutation. And we have gone through our patient list in Estonia. We know precisely who has this variety of mutation. And this is where we reach the problem with the drug companies. As Professor Wynn said, we have to follow the regulations imposed by the pharmaceutical companies, and the companies have required that the treatment only be applied to ambulatory patients, that is, patients able still to walk on their own. And therefore, Kevin, currently receiving this treatment, has been the only patient to whom we have been able to afford this therapy. The EU granted the authorization to Translarna, to Ataluren, in 2014 already. The authorization has currently been stopped in the EU, but it's still available in the UK. You may remember the analogy with Lego. When we talk about Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophies, then the Becker muscular dystrophy is a, let's say, milder form of the Duchenne dystrophy. For Duchenne muscular dystrophy, pieces don't match, but for Becker muscular dystrophy, pieces do match. And exon skipping means pushing out the piece that does not fit, allowing the protein production to continue, producing a protein that is shorter than normal, but is able to function appropriately. In theory, this should be applicable to 80% of the patients, but so far, authorization has been received only for eteplirsen for XN51, and this drug has not been approved in the EU yet. XN53 and some others are already in works, and clinical trials are coming up for XN45, and the professor responsible has already promised to take an Estonian child to participate in the trial. In Estonia, as doctors, myself and Dr. Schleck had to take part in a specific training. We were taught an algorithm to assess our patients. We have assessed all the relevant patients, and we have found that we have 2 children in Estonia who are still ambulatory and would be suitable for the XN51 treatment. And that was why Henry and Ralph were selected for the treatment. And Thierry, I apologize for including the out-of-date slide. The treatment is expensive. The price starts at $300 up to $1,200 depending on the patient's weight. Looking at the slide, it's evident that we push out a part of the gene, resulting in a better functioning dystrophin protein. In Estonia, there are 2 children who were able to access this treatment with support from the Children's Foundation. The treatment started 3 months ago, and it is a bit too soon to start talking about the results. Now, dystrophin recovery via gene therapy, vector-mediated gene therapy. As Professor Wynn well said, we take the changed gene in the cell. Looking at the original dystrophin protein marked with A, we compare it with the truncated proteins called micro and mini dystrophins. 3 companies are working with micro and mini dystrophins, and one of them has received FDA approval. I have to mention the oncogenic risk, which we have to take into account. The approved gene therapy is Elevidins. It currently has marketing authorization in the US for boys of at least 4 years. The European authority approval is hoped for this year or maybe the following year, and the key condition is an initial test for antiviral antibodies. Since the viral vector is common adenovirus, then the child may already have autoantibodies against this specific virus. And the families of some of my child patients have taken them out of kindergartens and groups to reduce the risk of infection. And what the FDA webpage says is that it is not currently clinically proven for Duchenne muscular dystrophy patients in wheelchairs, but clinical benefit trials are needed. How many children in Estonia does this concern? Since last year, we have been updating our database. To our knowledge, the number of ambulatory patients is displayed here. I would like to thank Dr. Inga Talvik, who has added information. Currently, we know of 10 boys with Duchenne muscular dystrophy and 5 boys with Becker muscular dystrophy since 2009. And these numbers include Kevin, Henry, and Rolf. We shouldn't, however, forget about other muscular disorders. Patients ask me what possibilities are coming up for them, and there is one active compound regarding whose progress we have been following and whose accessibility to our patients we have been checking. It's Sevasemsten. It's a molecule intended to improve damage from muscle contractions. On the left, you see the entire muscle contracting. And if one of the two largest proteins is damaged, then muscle tissue becomes interspersed and then replaced with fatty tissue. And that's one of the main reasons these muscles can no longer move. This molecule should help the muscle relax and prevent this damage from occurring. The molecule has received official approval in Europe for the treatment of Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy. But when we inquired about its availability for us, we were told it's not yet being marketed, and we were told to send our patients to clinical trials. However, the patient we attempted to send was turned down. There are also clinical trials conducted for other muscular dystrophy, other varieties of muscular dystrophy patients. Now, the final treatment modality currently accessible is intended for facioscapulohumeral muscular dystrophy. In this muscle disease, the eye and mouth muscles are involved, which does not occur in other muscular diseases. And the pharmaceutical developed is losmapimod. It's a selective inhibitor, and its third stage trial has recently concluded. This drug has already received orphan status in the EU and the US alike, but it has no marketing authorizations yet. I always try to explain to patients the situation where we have a drug, a registered drug, which is not, however, accessible for us because it's not yet marketable, and though approved, nobody for a long period of time can access it. We have no power over this situation. And as Ralph's father said, there's a price tag. I want to buy, but we can't. And it's a recent trend. It's a recent significant problem that when a novel good therapy enters the market, then the company is initially either unable to produce enough or to distribute it to all. And it is often first offered to major countries who are able to pay better prices, and unlike Estonia, And this is where I conclude my presentation. I would like to add the Children's Foundation. I would like to add the Competence Center, Siiri Sarv and Laura Mauring, as well as Tiina Kahre and Liis Väli, with whom we are trying to map the spread of muscular disorders in Estonia to know whom and how to help. Thank you, Professor Õuna.
Kas on mõni küsimus
Are there any questions?
või tähelepanek? Kas anname mikrofoni? Jaa, sa lähed.
Okay, a microphone. Okay, you'll go and give them a hand. Thank you.
Kas sellel savitiiril või mis tähega oli? Kas seal enam mingit taarsuse nõue või
this drug with was there a requirement for ambulatory stage? Yes, we haven't quite got there yet. First, we would like to get an offer so that we would be able to import it, and we would like to know the price so that we could discuss whom could it be administered and in what dosage. Where does the question of whether a patient is able to walk or not come in? I can't really answer this question because I am not working at a pharmaceutical company. Professor Wynn gave a good example of how pharmaceutical companies dictate the limit. They decide which patient they think the medicine could help. I think that the logic behind it is that when they make clinical trials, then they choose patients who have a better condition in order to get better results, because this would prove the effectiveness of the drug. This might be one of the reasons. Also in gene therapy, I read that they say that in the US, they are carrying out clinical trials with non-ambulatory patients to see whether it has effect or not. Maybe you remember the metachromatic leukodystrophy that I spoke about 2 years ago. So Professor Wynn asked me whether we have this. The criteria was that the IQ has to be more than 85. Our patient's IQ was 79. This is a tiny difference. When you have 2 children and one has an IQ of 79 and the other 85, you can't understand the difference, but we were refused because of this. Thank you. Another question. Actually, it's not even a question. I would just like to answer the previous question. How important the ability to walk is. Of course, I think one of the reasons is that the patients who are taken into clinical trials are the ones whose condition is not that bad. But the second reason is that in a certain stage of disease, the muscle tissue has been replaced by fatty tissue to a large extent, so it's not possible to protect the muscle anymore from contractions. So there is not enough muscle left to move the body. Muscle cells have been replaced by fatty cells. This is a wonderful answer. And we don't really know whether if a muscle tissue has been replaced by fat tissue, we don't know whether muscle tissue can regenerate. But maybe we'll find out one day, right? Maybe they will find out. Okay, thank you very much. While listening to this presentation, I got the impression that you would also be a wonderful teacher in addition to being a professor. So I understood a really difficult topic very well. And now Ralph's mother is here today with us to share her story. She'll tell us about how Ralph's story began about 12 years ago.
Tere kõigile! Mul on äärmiselt hea meel täna siin teie ees olla.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I'm thankful for the opportunity. I can tell you Ralph's story and our family story and what this illness has meant to our family. You have met Ralph already. He'll turn 16 in the summer. As you could see, he can stand up when we help him and he can walk a little bit. And this is a wonderful achievement in the context of this disease. How is our life going? Our life changed completely after we received the diagnosis. Before the diagnosis, we were very happy. Ralph was our first child. He started walking at the age of 1 year and 2 months. He was a chatty child. He was running around, jumping around. He loved playing with his dad, going to the forest, pick mushrooms. I've written about him. When you were 11 months old, you started to love dancing. You were a complete heartthrob and you loved communicating with people. Ralph wanted to become a policeman. He wanted to save the world and build houses. One day he told his daddy, "Daddy, can you please bring me a ladder? I want to catch the moon." But he kept falling a lot. It was difficult for him to jump and to walk the stairs. He was clumsy and it seemed that his body was heavier than other children. We went to the GP and he said that there's no reason to worry, but we ended up at the neurologist office anyway because we wanted to be sure. I remember that day for the rest of my life. The doctor asked Ralph to sweat and jump, and then we were sent out. When we went back to the doctor's office, the doctor gave us a reference to the Tallinn Children's Hospital, and referral said that this is a suspected Duchenne muscular atrophy, and we asked him what that meant, and he told us, "You can look it up at home, you can Google it." And then we went home and started Googling. As we didn't know the name of the disease and the doctor didn't explain the situation, we went home. Ralph's dad took us home and went back to work, and I went online and started reading about it, and I was shocked. It was a quickly progressing muscular disease, no cure. We'll end up in a wheelchair by the age of 12. He will die prematurely because his lungs and heart will give up. When Ralph's dad came home, he found me in tears. I told him that I had read about the disease and told him what that meant. We were in shock. It was like a bad dream we couldn't wake up from. Of course, we hoped that this was not true because it was just a suspected disease, but the results came in 2 months later and the diagnosis was confirmed. Luckily, when we received the diagnosis, we left Ralph home with his grandmother, so we went to the doctor's office, the two of us, and we were told that it was confirmed that our son had Duchenne muscular dystrophy. I can't remember very well what happened later on because I was crying. They told us that the outlook was bad. They told us that this was an inherited disease through mother's genes. And if we'll have other children, they will also have a high likelihood of having this disease. So this is when our life after the diagnosis began, and we never got our old life back again. We were grieving. There were a lot of tears. We couldn't come to terms with the situation. We also thought that it would be easier if we just didn't wake up at all. I remember that we couldn't speak to Ralph's dad about this disease because it was too hard for him to talk. I felt a lot of guilt that these were my genes that had given this disease to the child. Our life became black and white. Other people's lives went on, but our life had just stopped. But luckily, Ralph continued to be as happy. And it was he who gave me the strength to carry on, but it took time. At first, we lived one day at a time. It was very difficult. And it will always be difficult, but you just learn to live with it. It took time until we finally managed to start with physiotherapy and other treatment. We didn't get any consultation about the side effects of treatment. They were very severe. So it took us months to start the treatment, and we could see how it changed our little boy. He became a lot more nervous, he was more emotional, more distracted. His appetite increased, he gained weight, and our child changed completely. I can say that we have gained most of our knowledge by looking information up by ourselves. It hasn't been easy because most of the information is in English, and even if you know English quite well, there are a lot of medical terms. So every evening, once Ralph had gone to bed, I was looking up information online, looking up different treatment opportunities. There was information about potential treatments that would be coming to the market very soon. So I had some hope, but unfortunately this didn't happen. The medical system wasn't much help to us, unfortunately, but the doctors didn't help us. Their answers were abrupt. They said there was no treatment. The treatment didn't fit his mutation. Since the doctor had never explained his mutation to us, we didn't really know. I could even be more critical at this point, but I will keep these thoughts to myself. Luckily, we appreciated or valued the life of our child enough to carry on. When I Googled information, I understood that maybe it wasn't my genes that carried this disease. Maybe it was the children's genes. Our doctor said that we didn't need to go to a geneticist. We have 2 sons in our family. In both cases, I was very nervous before they were born. I had fetal diagnostics with both pregnancies, and I've been looking for the results for months. In both cases, my children were healthy. And finally, we got a referral to the geneticist, and I found out that my genes were healthy. If I had known this information from the beginning, maybe Ralph would have had a brother or a sister earlier than 10 years later. By now, Ralph has 2 brothers, and one of them wants to become a scientist and find treatment for Ralph's disease. There have been many other difficult moments on this journey. How do you speak to your child about this illness? I remember when Ralph was telling us that he really wanted to be a policeman when he grew up. And it was really hard to listen to that because we knew that he wasn't going to be a policeman, but he didn't know it back then. He understood that later on, and this was even more difficult. Once we were watching a TV program where they showed children with severe disability, and Ralph said, "Oh, I am lucky that I don't have this disease." But I was thinking to myself, poor Ralph, actually your life will be much worse. So when he grew older, he started asking questions from me. Why can't I run like other children? Isn't there a drug that would cure me? Will I live a long life? Mommy, when I was blowing up the candles from my birthday cake, I wished that I could run like other children, but I can't. Don't birthday wishes come true? When Ralph's little brother was born, then one of the first questions that he asked was, "Does my brother have the same disease?" And it might sound weird, but I felt happy and sad at the same time when I told him that no, his brother was healthy. Because if Ralph's brother had had the disease, Ralph wouldn't have been so alone. This disease doesn't progress overnight, but it takes over in your body step by step. At some point, He can't get up from the floor. He can't ride his bike. He'll need help using the toilet. Every new loss reminds you that the disease is progressing, and at some point you think, okay, maybe this is the last time he goes to the beach. He can come home from school by himself. The last time when he can walk the stairs by himself. You can see how your child is losing his confidence day by day, how he loses friends. Other children his age start to discover the world, but he loses out. Ralph managed by himself for 13 years, but he fell on his birthday. And after that, he couldn't walk anymore. Well, he did walk, but he was very insecure and became afraid of falling. He was walking. The only way for him to walk was for me to hold his hand. So I was kind of suggesting that maybe we should think about the wheelchair, but he didn't want to hear about it. He didn't want to give up, and we haven't given up. We have made a lot of effort to avoid future losses. We have tried to let him be as independent as he can. Our lives have been full of doctor's visits and physio visits. We massage his legs, we stretch, we exercise, we get up, we go to school to move him. Ralph also tries to find solutions to keep mobile. So, for example, he discovered that when he holds his legs up while sitting, it makes it easier for him to move them. Of course, we try to make his life easier at home. We have ramps at home, and Ralph has a lot of internal strength, and I admire it every single day. There have been moments when he has said that, I can't stand up again, but he has made an effort. And of course, I have been encouraging him as well. I told him, yes, you can do it. And I've told myself, we are so close to the treatment. We will manage. And sometimes Ralph has told me, you're a great mom, and this has given me strength. The signal that we got from doctors was that Ralph was a hopeless case. And of course, Ralph felt it as well. He felt that they didn't want to work with him, and that his life didn't matter. And I don't think that this is how it should be. We couldn't find contact with other families that have a child with this syndrome. I'm very happy that now we have the Rare Diseases Competence Center, which gives information to families. I had imagined the moment when I find out that there's treatment for my boy, but it's so expensive that I can't afford it. And when that moment really arrived, finally, then this was the case. So we found out that there was treatment, but it was so expensive. Ralph one day saw Kevin on TV and asked me whether he could use the same treatment as Kevin, but unfortunately, I had to tell him that this treatment wasn't applicable to him. When Ralph was young, then I used to tell myself, it's okay, we have time, we still have time. But by now, we don't have time anymore. And I'm very thankful for the Children's Foundation that Ralph has finally received treatment. It's still incomprehensible to me how quickly you acted, how quickly Ralph got the treatment. And we didn't have to prove to you that our child is worth living. By now, Ralph gets the drug called Entepleser, and I can't even tell you how much this means to me. We can breathe again. When we started treatment, we didn't want to set high hopes. We didn't know whether the treatment will work, whether it will work enough. We didn't know whether we could continue with the treatment. We know that progress isn't made overnight, but we can see progress on a daily basis in his movements. I can say by now that since starting with the treatment, Ralph has more strength, he is more positive, he is more courageous. I can see that he wants to study, he wants to go to school. And right now, Ralph dreams of working in IT, but he's also a very talented artist. So I hope that he'll have the chance to become an artist. Unfortunately, Ralph won't regain all the skills that he has lost because of this horrible disease, but we can keep the strength that he has, and he has always had strength. Both Ralph and other brave Estonian boys are fighting this disease every day. Each of these boys have their own story, their own dreams. These are boys that live here in Estonia. These boys are very strong. But if we don't help them, the disease will gain the upper hand. These boys need our help. And if the state doesn't have the money to pay for the treatment, then please fight for these boys. Try to get them into clinical trials. If Ralph had gotten into a clinical trial a couple of years ago, maybe he would be able to walk. We had a phone call with the pharmaceutical company. We were discussing getting into a clinical trial, and they told us that from a small country like Estonia, it's nearly impossible to get into the trial. I had confirmed them that we were willing to move, we were ready to reorganize our entire life. But then they told us that the child had to be able to speak the language of the country where the clinical trial was undergoing. So we didn't have time to study Italian or Polish. And we couldn't get into the clinical trial held in England. I'm very happy that by now the state has given extra finances to fight rare diseases, and I'm very thankful for that. But we should continue. We should try to think about what we can do to help these children. Don't take away their hope. And the boys with Duchenne disease have this hope. Let's work together. Let's try to think how things could be done, not how we can't do things. This is what Ralph has taught us. To finish, I would like to thank everybody who have brought us here today. Ralph's physiotherapists, the rehabilitation center in Haapsalu, Lehmets for her inspiration, Professor Katrin Õunap, the Tartu University Hospital, Kevin, who gave us the idea to approach the Children's Foundation. I would like to thank the people who have donated to the Children's Foundation, and Siiri, I would also like to thank you personally for being there. Thank you.
Thank you. This was a moving story. Is there anybody who'd like to share something? This is a good moment too, but you don't have to.
Kuidas läks sinu abikaasal? Kuidas sa tunned? Ja.
How did your spouse do? What do you think?
Toob sulle mikrofoni. Või äkki ütled?
You'll get the microphone.
Minu arvates läks nagu väga hästi.
Ja.
In my opinion, wonderful. I hope our message reached everybody.
Ja. Ja et nüüd on nii, et me vaatame ühe loo ära, mis on tegelikult aasta vana lugu.
And now we'll watch another video story. It's a year old. Many of you have seen it, but let's watch it again. We will meet Kevin, a 13-year-old boy in an orphanage who's currently receiving an expensive drug Translarna for the 3rd year and who's still bravely walking on his own 2 legs. Kevin, we met a year ago, didn't we? We did. You were not in a good mood. No. You couldn't run. I couldn't. You could stand? No. Yes. But walk upstairs? That was hard as well. How about today? Today it's good. There's a lot of snow. It's hard to walk. It's much easier. It's the best in the summer. Kevin, who lives in a foster home, has the rare disease called Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Recently, 3 years ago, he started being treated for it. If it had come a few months later, he would not be walking towards us today. The health insurance fund was not able to fund the treatment. The Children's Foundation helped. We have been worrying along with Kevin for years, but now it's so much better. Previously, it took us 5 to 7 minutes to walk up these stairs. It's 1 to 2 minutes now. To the Ringvaade show, Kevin divulged his great dream. He wants to be a policeman. He was surprised by the local police force. They came in the morning with 2 buses. Did you know you had to go meet the president? No, I didn't. What did the president tell you? He was in a bit of a hurry. But he said something, didn't he? He did. Did he say you're a good kid? He sure did. How long was the day? It was a long day, and then we went to the rapid response base. They had guns and goggles. Had you already had treatment by then? No, I hadn't. So it was probably quite tiring. It really was. But you made it through? I did. Kevin received his first dose of Translarna a year ago on the 22nd of March. Kevin was so anxious, he threw up out of the tension. In the days we were conducting the initial tests and screenings before we administered the drug. Do you remember the first days when you got the drug? It was gruesome. Why? I thought it was an injection. Oh, but what's it really? It's a soluble powder. Like a witch's brew. The witch's brew. Yeah, actually, it is a wonder drug, isn't it? What does it taste like? Taste of marshmallows. Do you have to chase after Kevin to take his meds? Oh no, he's always happy to take it. He sometimes even reminds us of the time to take the medicine. When Kevin was able to take the drug, he was happy himself. He knew it would make him healthier. After you take the drug, do you feel different? Yeah, I feel better. Immediately? Yes, immediately. What gets better? My legs. Your legs get stronger? They do. Periodically, Kevin visits the Tartu University Hospital Children's Department to check up on the functioning of the drug. I first met Kevin when he was met him when he was 1 year and 10 months old. He had a difficult childhood. The situation was that Kevin and his older brother were home alone, and Kevin at the age of 1 year 10 months was hospitalized with us. Normally, a child this age would run and jump. He was still down on all fours. Initially, it was my impression that the issue was purely environmental, and we prescribed physiotherapy. At the age of 3, Kevin was returned to the hospital, and after thorough investigations, he was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy that affects 5 people out of 100,000. The neurologist, Eva Schlick, had already diagnosed 2 children older than Kevin with the same diagnosis who were still walking. The same year, Translarna had been approved, and this drug could have helped them. We knew the therapy had already been invented. However, the Health Insurance Fund replied to us that this is a hugely expensive treatment whose clinical efficacy has not been sufficiently proven. How about the other 2 patients? They have been wheelchair-bound for years now. 8 years after the initial application, Kevin, with the support of sponsors and donors, received the drug. His current state lets us believe in the miracles of modern medicine. Even leaving aside the impact of the drug on the muscle, and what I see, the way I have seen Kevin change in barely a year is amazing. His ability to focus has improved. He's gained goals on where he wants to be and what he wants to do. The drug has made my life so wonderful that I can read now. I'm starting to become quite smart. Even the teacher is watching with astonishment. That's something, the teacher astonished. Indeed. And I get all 5s and 4s and 5s out of 5. What do you think? Could you ever be a policeman? I don't know. Maybe. I have to admit that this had me tear up a bit because I had another patient just before Kevin. He was a couple years older, but he was found in a wheelchair and needed assistance with everything. But when I went to see Kevin in the hospital, he bounded out of his bed on his own. We're used to watching the children use their arms to support themselves getting up, but he had no need. And when I see Kevin happy, this is all I need. What's she like as a doctor? She's awesome. What makes her awesome? She gets my jokes. You joke around with her? I do. He knows I always come to him with needles. And in particular, he doesn't enjoy the breathing respiratory function tests. She's awesomely smart. You believe in her? Yes. Yes, he's an entirely changed young man. I love watching him. Kevin dreams big, and his lust for life has switched to a higher gear. I'm a baddie. Can I try this one? What do you think? Cool. They are like mirrors, they're transparent. So here we are. Thumbs up. Last time, it said a lovely thing to other children in need of help. What would you tell them? To talk about their problems. You used to not want to talk about yours. I didn't. But now you do. Now I do.
Kevin on hakanud uskuma, et unistused võivad täituda.
Kevin has started believing that dreams can come true, but his drug is running out. The health insurance fund still does not support Translarna due to the price, 723,000 euros per year. Without the treatment, however, the disease advances quickly and can cause very early death. The treatment is expensive, but Kevin has no other option, so I hope when we all come together, perhaps we'll make it. And we keep on trying to get health insurance funding as well. Do I exaggerate saying that Kevin is a little miracle? Kevin's a physician who has been treating him since he was a toddler says he's a miracle. My cheeks have gone down in size. They used to hide my eyes, but it's better now. When I turn 13, I'll join the gym. The doctor said I can train as much as I can. I dream of being strong, having a six-pack and the muscles and all. And what will you do with them? Just like that. Being handsome, handsome. And if I have children sometime, I'll have to be strong. One has to lift their kids. This is a big and beautiful dream. Yes. I wish so much for your dreams to come true. Thanks. I'll come again next year. See you. Yeah. Agreed? Agreed.
Nüüd on niimoodi, et Ringvaade lähebki uuesti külla talle teisipäeval ja siis millalgi võib oodata uut.
The same show is visiting Kevin again this Tuesday. Updates are coming soon. And this summer, there was a day he walked 20,000 steps in a single day. Try and match it. But now, it's time for lunch. Leave by this door. You can use any door, any open door to leave the room. And we will be back. If somebody tells me, I'll let you know. We'll have to be back at 1:30, 13:30. Bon appétit.
tulemast tagasi.
Welcome back.
Ja ongi paslik aeg öelda ka tere tulemast
And
inimesed,
now,
kes üle veebi meid
it's the
vaatavad.
right time to say welcome to the people who follow us online. You have been here with us since the beginning of our day, so thank you for being with us.
Enne kui läheme jälle asja kallale, siis
Before,
hästi pisikene asja.
Carrying on,
Palun mõtle
I would like to do a little exercise. Please pick a number from 1 to 10 in your head. Pick your favorite number from 1 to 10. Then I'll count to 3 and then please say your number out loud. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Ongi õige aeg edasi minna.
And now it's
Läheme edasi siis
time to the war.
patsientide ravivõimalustest.
We are going to speak about the treatment opportunities of the Estonian patients.
Igatahes, Marta del Alamo.
The next speaker is Marta del
Tema on Capacity
Alamo. She is the head of capacity projects at Tallinn. She coordinates several clinical studies in different European countries, and she offers support to scientists and researchers who prepare these trials.
My name is Marta del Alamo. I work at the ECRIN. ECRIN stands for European Clinical Research Infrastructure Network. We were invited by Professor Unap. Thank you very much, Professor Unap, and also the organization for inviting me to visit Estonia. It's my first time in Estonia. And also thank you for to the translators. I found it a great translation so far in English, and I'm very impressed that with the difficulty of what is being discussed here, the translation is so good. At least that's what I thought in English, probably also in science language. We can make applause. Yeah, for the translators, I think. Yes. How can I pass the slides?
Yes, you should have here some kind of piece.
Okay.
Try if you can.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I would like to focus my presentation, just a very brief presentation of what is the organization where I work, and the reason we were invited is because there was a lot of discussion this morning about clinical trials and access to clinical trials. I have to say this organization does not work in clinical trials, commercial clinical trials. It's mostly academic trials, so what we call investigator-initiated clinical trials or studies. How we work in Europe and how we support also multinational clinical trials for rare diseases. I will talk about what are specificities of multinational clinical trials for rare diseases, what are the challenges to set up a trial on rare diseases, and what are also the opportunities, because we work a lot in European projects funded with the European Commission funds, and there are also many opportunities to try to fill up the gap on these challenges for setting up trials for rare diseases. And then to finalize, I would like to talk to you about an initiative that I think it has been running just for a year. It's called EUXCT, and it's an initiative dedicated to discuss cross-border access to clinical trials. I didn't know we had an example, but this morning Professor Wind and Professor Unap, they already showed the example of cross-border access in a clinical trial. So then if we can discuss how this was made possible, that would be great too. ECRIN, as I said, stands for European Clinical Research Infrastructure Network. Our mission is supporting the conduct of multinational clinical studies in Europe. We work mostly with academia, with investigator-initiated clinical studies. This is a distributed organization. This means that we have a core team that is working in Paris. This is where I work. And then we have a connection with networks of clinical trial units. These clinical trial units are able to provide all the services to the sponsor and the investigator to set up the clinical trial in the different countries. There are 13 countries that belong to the organization now. These networks of clinical trial units, they are publicly funded. So it's usually Ministry of Health, Ministry of Research who funds the clinical trial units and also who contributes to ECRIN to coordinate the work of all these clinical trial units to set up multinational studies. Altogether, they make more than 120 clinical trial units to support the setup of the trials. This is the map of ECRIN. Unfortunately, I could not update it because the one that appears in yellow, that is Slovakia, appeared as an observer country, but it has become member. So we have now 13 full member countries. Estonia is not yet part of the organization, but hopefully, I don't know if the Ministry of Health is still here. It's a good message because it gives the opportunity also to make grow also the community of clinical trial units in the country and participate in multinational trials. How does it work? Well, when we are contacted by investigators or by sponsors, we discuss with them, we provide general information about how they can work with ECRIN. We usually support clinical trials that have more than 3 countries, in which at least 2 countries belong to the organization, because this is publicly funded by the countries that belong to the organization. And then we help them also to find funding sources, because as I said, most of the studies we are involved are publicly funded. And there are calls for funding clinical studies at national level, but there are not so many opportunities when we go to the multinational component. And then in the planning, so we give advice on the clinical trial design and methodology, also to understand what are the regulatory and the ethical conditions to get the authorizations for the trial. Funding, many times we are partner of a consortium that is asking for funding, usually is funding from the European Commission. And then if the trial is funded, we, through our national partners, through the clinical trial units in the different countries, we provide the services. Services necessary for clinical trials are study management and coordination, regulatory and ethical submission. All the trials need to get authorization from the national competent authorities and also for the ethics committees in all the countries. Monitoring. All the clinical trials have to be monitored for safety, etc., with the patients, data management, and also a statistical analysis. These services are given through the clinical trial units that belong to the network. And this is the portfolio of ECRIN in 2023. As you can see here, in yellow is the countries where the investigator that initiated the trial or the sponsor sponsors are usually universities where the investigator is located. This is the entity that acts as a sponsor, and the sponsor is the principal investigator. In yellow is the coordinator, so meaning that the coordinator of the whole trial is located mostly in Germany, France, and Spain, probably due to the fact that these countries are usually more successful in asking for funding to the Commission. So, but in principle, these calls for funding are open to everyone, but it seems that these countries are a little bit more successful on getting funding, and that's why many times they are coordinators of the trial. But then what you can see is that then many other countries are involved in the trial, even though the coordination is mostly limited to these 3 countries. Estonia, I have highlighted Estonia because I was looking there was a study in Estonia. Yes, there was one. This one is not on rare diseases, but it was a phase 3 trial coordinated by Utrecht University in Netherlands, 9 participating countries, and here in Estonia it was University of Tartu. And then the average number of countries that we have in our studies is between 4 and 5. There were a few exceptions here in which there were more than 10 countries involved. Those were clinical trials on COVID-19 during the pandemic. There were many clinical trials led by academia because they were for repurposing drugs, something that usually is not of interest for industry. And in those trials, we had participation of many countries because it was a pandemic. And then here, what I just wanted to show 2 examples of trials that ECRIN has supported in pediatrics or in the field of rare diseases, just for you to see the type of trials that we are involved in. What you see here is the first one is in neonates or infants for Prader-Willi syndrome, but it was oxytocin. Oxytocin is already a drug that is in the market, so we don't work so much in new drugs, but we work, investigator-initiated trials are usually repurposing drugs that are already in the market and can be used for a different disease. This is repurposing, or the second one that is actually not even a drug, it's a treatment, it's the comparison of two procedures. And this is something also that commercial sponsors are never going to invest in comparing two different procedures. In this case, is endoscopic versus laparoscopic myotomy, also for idiopathic achalasia. So this is the type of trials that the ECRIN is supporting. We are also involved in other services and activities. Here, this is a program, it's called the Data Center Certification Program. By this program, what ECRIN does is providing a certificate, making audits to clinical trial units to give them kind of like to test the ability that they have to provide compliant, effective, and efficient data management services for clinical trials. It's not so easy to get a good academic clinical trial unit to give this service on data management. And many times when academic trials are inspected, there are always complaints about the quality of the data. So it was important for us and to have something in Europe that would be of enough quality to run multinational academic trials. And this is the program that was set up several years ago by ECRIN. We have 35 now, 11 clinical trial units in different countries in Europe. And then other activities we are involved is, for instance, the organization of the ECRIN Clinical Trials Unit Day. So we bring together all the more than 120 clinical trial units to discuss topics that are of interest for all the CTUs in all the countries. We also organize specific scientific meetings that are open to the ECRIN community. Online training, most of the cases is open to everyone, usually is posted in our website. And also we organize every year around the 15th of May is the International Clinical Trials Day. It's in a different country every year. This year it's in Madrid and it's about the inclusivity of patients in clinical trials. I invite everyone, it's free, both online and on-site. Both are free. I invite you to go to Madrid, it's my hometown too, so beautiful town. If you want to visit, it's a good opportunity. And then we are also involved in these other projects that we call infrastructure development projects or capacity projects. These projects are not purely clinical trials, so we support purely a clinical trial, but also these projects that are funded many times by the European Commission just to develop in general the capacity in Europe to run for clinical research in general, and if they are more related to clinical trials, we usually try to be there. Some examples are promoting data sharing and reuse, very important for rare diseases, collaborating with other infrastructures, collaborating with other actors in clinical research, etc. And these are the outputs of these projects. I will give some examples. As an output of the project, there are tools and services, training and education, and also guidelines and recommendations. These are some of the projects that we have been involved with, these ones that I call infrastructure development that are related to rare diseases and also to pediatrics. On rare diseases, we were involved in the European Joint Programme for Rare Diseases. This was a very big project that lasted 6 years. It's co-funded by the European Commission and national funders. I don't know if Estonia was involved in EJPRD. I think so. No, it wasn't, but it is in Erdera. Yeah. Yes. So this project was working in two different lines. It was on one side was launching calls for funding. So there was funding for the research, rare diseases community, mostly on preclinical studies, not so much in clinical trials, and also in developing in general in supporting researchers, rare diseases researchers. The project finishes last year, and this year, no, it was the end of last year, around September, started the continuation of EJP, that is this one that is called Erdera. Professor Unav said that Estonia is now part of this Erdera, and this probably involves the funder of clinical research in Estonia, because this type of partnerships, as I said, bring together European Commission plus funders in the different countries. So it means that the rare diseases community in Estonia will have possibility to look for funding or to apply for funding through this program. The INVENTS project was also funded recently, I think like 1 year ago, and this one is working on methodology for clinical trials on rare diseases. This is important, I will go back to this point. Setting up clinical trials on rare diseases is challenging because there are very few patients. As we have been discussing this morning, that patients even have to move to another country to get the treatment, etc. So all the methodology that has been developed classically for clinical trials is based on a minimum number of patients that have to be recruited to get enough power, etc. And this is challenging for rare diseases. That's why it was important also to fund projects like this, like INVENTS, working on developing new methodology that is more specific for rare diseases. And then we have been involved also in this Moonshot initiative that is It brings together mostly industry and academic partners to discuss how public-private partnership can work together to accelerate research on rare diseases. And then on the other hand, for pediatrics, and I speak about pediatrics because you have seen this morning that most of these rare diseases affect mostly children. ECRIN was coordinator of a project in the past called PetCRIN that was also working on how to make more easier or more feasible running clinical trials on pediatrics in Europe. The project has already finalized, but it has there are some outcomes that are still valid from this project. And then this other project, Connect for Children, it was a partnership public, industry and academic partners, and it was also aiming to develop capacity to run clinical trials from pediatrics in Europe. Some examples of the tools that we have developed through these projects are here. The first one is a regulatory and ethical database. This, I will go back to this point again later, but it's due to the fact that in many cases, the regulations that are applicable to clinical trials are not harmonized in Europe. Many cases you want to make a multinational clinical trials and you have to understand what is the regulation applicable in Estonia, in Italy, in Spain, etc. And this is not easy, especially for academic sponsors. The second one is what we call the Rare Diseases Clinical Trial Toolbox. I will give an example of some of the tools that are here. And the third one, it was developed through the PetCRIN project that I mentioned before, that are pediatric tools for the setup of management of multinational neonatal and pediatric trials in Europe. Those are all available through the ECRIN website. And then focusing in this one, in the Rare Disease Clinical Trial Toolbox, this one was developed through the European Joint Programme for Rare Diseases that just finalized. And is a way we wanted to make tools that have been developed in other projects discoverable, because a problem that we have also with the many projects that are funded by the European Commission is that many times the outputs are unknown for the whole community. And we said, okay, the Commission has been many years funding already projects to try to boost research on rare diseases, but many times the community doesn't know about that, etc. How can we make it better known? So what we did, it was defining 18 specific activities that are very important to consider when an investigator is setting up a clinical trial, from the moment in which they have the original idea to the time in which results have to be published and disseminated, all the steps in between. And we said, okay, what has been developed by others that is free, that is public, that can be used and reused in the different steps of a clinical trial. And I wanted to give an example here as a study case. We say, okay, investigator that wants to set up a clinical trial on a rare disease, pediatric, and also they want to incorporate genetic analysis from some samples collected during the clinical trial. And we say, okay, there are, for instance, the European Network of Pediatric Research at the European Medicines Agency. They have developed 2 guides. The first guideline, the one that it says here 2015, but this one has been updated, I think 1 or 2 years ago. This one is a very interesting document because it lists per country what are the specificities when an investigator wants to set up a clinical trial for children. Informed consent has to be collected by mother or father just in one country, and in one country is accepted just the mother or the father, etc. And this is different per country. So it's important when you are an investigator setting up a multinational component, understand what are the specificities per country. This document has this information. Or the other guidance that they have developed is specific topics that have to be covered in an informed consent to include a child in a clinical trial. What has to be included in in informed consent to be accepted by the ethics committee to run the trial. This is another document that was drafted by Emprema. And then a completely different project, that is the project IRDIC, that is the International Consortium to work also on research on rare diseases, have developed this other one that includes specific clauses that you would have to include in the informed consent to be able to collect genetic data for further analysis. So this is just an example of some of the tools that include this toolkit. And then just going why it's difficult to set up clinical trials on rare diseases. and also what are the opportunities that are available. Well, setting up multinational clinical trials on rare diseases is challenges, and there are challenges that are linked. To the left, because as I said, we work in academic trials, I put challenges that are linked to any clinical trial led by academia. And then specific challenges to clinical trials for rare diseases that are actually common to academic and non-academic trials, commercial trials too. In the left, all non-industry sponsored trials have to deal with the non-harmonization on the legal and ethical framework. As I said, there have been several regulations accepted in the last year that are trying to harmonize the way clinical trials are run in Europe, that there are still some exceptions that go through the national laws. So this is complicated for academic sponsors. Then funding sources. As I said, there are many ministries of research, ministries of health, they launch calls for funding research, but many times it's only limited at national level, so we cannot go for the multinational component. So understanding where the money is and also how to use the money, because this is another complexity. We are now used to it, but getting funding from the European Commission requires also a lot of knowledge on how then you have to report how the money was spent, etc. And this is not easy at all. And then about the sponsorship, when the industry sponsors trials, the sponsor is a commercial company, a pharmaceutical company, and the investigator is a clinician, etc. In these trials, academic trials, is usually as I said, university or the entity that hires or that hosts the principal investigator is the sponsor, and many times they are not so much aware of what are the responsibilities of a sponsor, and there are many responsibilities as a sponsor of a clinical trial. So this is also a complexity. And then if we go to the specific challenges that are linked to the rare diseases, the first one, the most obvious one, is the fact that there are not so many patients. There are maybe in one single country we cannot run the trial because there is only one child. So it's important to go for the multinational component, but then to finding the right patients to participate in the trial. The second one is understanding the natural history of the disease, because if we don't know how the disease progresses, then it's very difficult to design a good study. This is another complexity, and many times they are very heterogeneous, so it's very difficult to run this natural history study. These studies are studies in which there is no intervention, you just follow the patient through the time, and then you know how the disease progressed to make then a good design in the clinical trial. Then the need of novel trial designs that are adapted to these two things that we said before, the fact that there are not many patients and also the fact that the population is very heterogeneous. We were talking, I think, in a talk before this morning, somebody talked about the different types of cystic fibrosis. Cystic fibrosis was the example, with different manifestations, etc. This is very heterogeneous, and this is also complicated to design good clinical trials. And then also the need for more sensitive outcome measures to quantify the disease. Many times they are the main outcome that is being measured by the clinical trial is not the most meaningful for the patient. So this is also something that is challenging. And just to go into the interest from the scientific community to set up clinical trials for rare diseases, this is a survey that was made by the European Joint Programme for Rare Diseases within European reference networks. Probably you are aware of this. These European reference networks are networks of reference centers for treating patients on rare diseases. I don't know if, is there any here? Yeah, your center probably is ERN. Exactly. So through this program, researchers that were linked to these European reference networks, they were asked what among different services were more important when they were developing research for rare diseases. And they say that getting support to conduct clinical trials was very important. And then even more, when they were asked, when they were setting up a clinical trials, what between the different areas was most relevant for them, they were signaling the fact that the regulatory and ethical framework is not easy to understand, especially when they go to the multinational component. So there is a need to support investigators to set up trials. And indeed, just going to this point about the regulatory and ethical framework, as I explained before, since the last 10 years, Several regulations have been approved in Europe. The most important one is the clinical trial regulation that has harmonized now the way clinical trials for medicinal products are done in Europe. But also with medical devices, there were two regulations, medical device regulation and the in vitro diagnostic device regulation, that harmonize the way clinical trials with medical devices are done in Europe. But as you see here in the right, there are other studies, like non-interventional studies, there is a mistake here, it's not trial studies, or trials are the one that I was showing before that compares two procedures and is not drug involved. Those are still regulated at national level. So it's still complicated to follow up on all the national regulations when we want to go to the multinational component. In that sense, ECRIN has developed a tool called RED. It's the Regulatory and Ethical Database, in which investigators can find per country what is the applicable legislation depending on the type of study that they want to set up. And then going to the problem of funding, I wanted to not just to show what are the problems, but also what are the opportunities. There are several programs in Europe funding research and research on rare diseases. On the left, we have the old programs. Maybe you are aware of some of them. The Horizon 2020 funded during several years in the past programs, research program for any rare diseases, including the eRare. It was a specific mechanism involving national funding from the different countries. And then the Innovation Medicine Initiative is public-private. So it's money from the European Commission and pharmaceutical companies. All these programs have been transformed, and now they have been transforming. What I list here is that now Horizon Europe is the program that is funding clinical research on everything, including in rare diseases in Europe. ERDERA is this partnership in which now Estonia is involved, so probably also opportunities for Estonia to work on rare diseases, and also the IHI initiative that is, as I said, together commissioned with pharmaceutical companies. And just want to announce that ERDERA, this project, is going to focus mostly on launching calls for funding preclinical research, so no much clinical studies, but at least one call for clinical trials will be launched through the program. So if there is any investigator or even patients that are interested in looking for funding for research, this is an opportunity. And these are some of the projects that have been funded in the last call from the Commission in 2022 that was very specific for rare diseases and the development of effective therapies for rare diseases. All this information is available through the European Commission website. And then very important also to go to what I said before, the methodology that is now, has been developed so far for clinical trials was not very well adapted to the rare disease population. So the Commission also in the past have funded 3 projects, the ones that are listed on the left, through the Framework Program 7, that were working specifically in developing methodology for small populations. These were statistician methodologies that were leading the projects IDEAL, ASTERIC, and INSPIRE, that were specific projects to develop methodology for small populations. Now, just last year, 2 projects were funded. I'm missing another one that I mentioned before, INVENTS, and this other one called REAL-ISD, that again are funded specifically to develop methodology for rare diseases and ultra-rare diseases. And then if we go to the problem of patient recruitment, we said there are very few patients. Sometimes they are not easy to identify patients to recruit for clinical trials. In that sense, I think that these European reference networks that I mentioned before might help in different ways. The initial idea behind the creation of these European reference networks was facilitating interchange of information between clinicians for healthcare. So it was not very much oriented to the research, it was mostly for healthcare, on the rationale that expertise might be in a country and not in another one. So by facilitating interchange of information between clinicians in different countries through these ERNs, that might benefit getting a early diagnostic for patients and also the treatment. So it was born mostly on healthcare, but they also have the ambition to be involved in research and innovation. And in that sense, they have been together funded through 2 different projects, the ERICA project more oriented to research, and the Jardin project, in which I think is also Estonia is involved, that is more related to develop the capacity of the ERNs to work more oriented to the healthcare. I have to say also that in that sense, for interchanging information related to healthcare, the European Health Data Space is a new regulation in Europe, is supposed also to bring now the opportunity that the medical records are shared between different countries. So it's something that eventually should happen also not only for rare diseases patients, but for any patient in Europe. And some of these ERNs, I put 2 examples here, the ERN R&D and this other one, NMD. They both have created registries of patients. So I think that this can facilitate also that any investigator that is interested in finding a specific patient for a clinical trial find the patient through these registries. They have been developed with standards that were also developed by the European Commission and might be a way to fill out the gap on how to find patients for a clinical trial. And then related to the challenge that I mentioned before about patient-reported outcomes, something that is meaningful for the patient, this ERICA project has developed the PROMPS repository. This is a repository of patient-reported outcome measures that might be used for investigators to design a clinical trial. And then just to finalize my presentation, I would like to go through this initiative. This is something that was started like 1 year ago. It involves both industry and academia. So FPI is the European Association of Pharma Industry in Europe. This initiative was initiated to discuss with different stakeholders how to make cross-border access to clinical trials possible. They met first just to identify what are the challenges. What you can see here is that they said, I think it's nice to have now this reflection after listening the parents of the children that have been that we have listened this morning in the different videos that are also here present, that it says only patients and caregivers with the education, language capabilities and financial means have access. It goes in line with what you have explained this morning. Also, identifying hospitals and investigators is challenging. Hospitals cite the lack of capacity to accommodate patients from other countries. They say also, and I think this is probably the most important one, the fact that insurance companies cite the lack of regulation as a main reason not to support cross-border participation. This is, I think, the main reason. It's not so easy to bring a patient to another country because sometimes in clinical trials, all the clinical trials have to be covered by law by an insurance. But in some cases, they are part of the intervention that is covered by the healthcare system. In other cases, it's the trial. When the trial is not in the same site, it has to go to another country. The sponsor has to ensure that the patient is equally covered in another country, and this is what makes difficult also to put the patient in a different country, etc. And also, getting medical data across borders is a challenge, particularly once back in the country. This was another thing that the patient is treated in a different country, and then goes back to their home country and has to be followed up in their own country. So interchange of medical records in different languages is also a challenge. Here, it's more or less related with what I said before, but this is also a gap analysis that they made within the same project, and they say, actually, cross-border trials are not explicitly forbidden in any country. This is something that they went to the conclusion there is no regulation in Europe that says patients cannot be treated in another country. This is possible, but they say the lack of clarity on the specific legal and regulatory guidance leads to cautious approach to cross-border participation for everyone, for the sponsor, for the investigator, and also for the patients. And also, what I said here is cross-border access is currently managed on a case-by-case basis and associated with a high logistical burden. So this is a reality, it's costly. So if it's a commercial sponsored trial, it has to be the pharmaceutical company who pays for everything. and also who takes the risk if anything happened, if the insurance taken was not enough, etc. And honestly, for academic trials, they are always underfunded. It's very difficult. Anytime we get money to make a clinical trial in academia, it goes completely to the limit so it's probably very difficult even also for academic trials to get cross-border access. And then, as I said, I think the main problem is actually who pays for what. It's the most critical issue because access to insurance coverage is needed. And then language barriers might impact the patient's ability to understand the risk. And this is something that we have heard also this morning from the mom of one of the children. And just, I wanted to tell you that this project has now released recommendations for cross-border access to clinical trials. This is a document that is now open for public consultation. Public consultation means public to anybody. So any of you, if you want to go to the website, read what are the recommendations, and you can make suggestions. And suggestions should be taken in consideration by the consortium to refine the recommendations. And so if there is any idea you have that should be changed, usually this is taken in consideration, so I invite it's supposed to be closed on the 10th of March, but I spoke like 2 days ago with somebody that is working in the project, and he said probably it's going to be longer. So there is the opportunity to everyone to make comments on these recommendations. And with that, I would like to thank you all for listening to me, and especially to Professor Una for inviting me. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Marta. Kas meil on küsimusi? On meil mingeid mõtteid?
Do we have any questions or any thoughts or any ideas?
Minul tuli nii palju, aga ma ei oska küsida.
As for me,
I have many questions, but
there were a
I
lot, but I'm having trouble formulating
even pronounce them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nüüd on selline lugu, et meie ette tuleb mees, kes tahtis saada rongijuhiks.
Now we meet a man who wanted to be a train driver. Instead, he's driving forward our health insurance fund. Rain Laane, welcome. As soon as I have the slides, I'll come up here with Marko. Please open the first slide for me. Right, here we go. Marko, let us take the stage. The frog represents Estonian healthcare. We have been boiled and boiled in this tub over there. For frogs, you know, if you boil them slow, they will suffer, 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 and not jump out. The pot is rather hot, let's say 70 degrees. There are still some ways to go until the sad end. In Estonia, and I believe not in Estonia, in healthcare, 80% of healthcare funding is spent to disease predominantly connected to lifestyle matters. This is not what we're discussing today. Today we will focus on the 20% who pulled the shorter or longer straw, depending on the perspective, and whose health situation is in no way related to their own choices. 2025 is the first time after 2009 when the healthcare funds budget decreases. 2009 because of the 2008 financial crisis. Now we're back to similar conditions. This needs us to distribute healthcare funds even more smartly. I brought Marko Tännos. If I wanted to be a train driver, then Marko has been working for the healthcare fund even longer than I have. It's 7.5 years for him. And while he's been distributing money mostly to the hospitals, then as of early this year, His portfolio covers drugs and services. So drugs and services are what he's currently responsible for finding funding for. Marko is a clinical pharmacist by education. My first question to you, Marko, is please tell us about the categorization of diagnosis in a non-medical sense from your pharmacist's perspective. Right, here I planned on telling you about how drugs are categorized and how price tags are attached. But this is complicated, and not only complicated, but also uncomfortable. When I think about Ralph's and Henry's parents and contrast it to what's happening in healthcare, and while I also sometimes visit patients, that's hard, and listening to your stories is hard. You've come a long way, I salute you. But from the perspective of rare disease, why does it matter how many patients have each disease? It affects how much we are willing to pay for the treatment. There are ultra-rare diseases categorized as up to 5 people in Estonia afflicted. And if we know a drug for such a disease works, we are willing to pay quite a lot. The next level up is simply rare disease, for which there are 20 to 25 patients in Estonia. We are also willing to pay a higher concrete sum than for other diseases per patient. And next step up, diseases with a short life expectancy, but where it's possible to support the individual. The reimbursement is slightly lower than the previous tier, and that's how the logic goes. The prices for drugs for rare diseases are extremely steep. I was calculating the assumed cost of development for diseases such as Duchenne, and it's business. Me, I believe in healthcare, in Estonian healthcare as healthcare in the world at large. As you can see here, a drug at the right time in the right place will get a lot done. And I will interpret a bit what Marko has been saying. When the European Medical Agency authorizes a drug, there will be countries adding it to their drug lists at once, no matter the cost. Germany, Luxembourg, a few others. And then there are other countries, such as Estonia, that start out by negotiating. For cases such as the ones we've heard today, and that we will see later today, where the perspective is highly time critical, there won't be much time to negotiate. And in Estonia, like in the world at large, we start out by receiving funding through donations. And a lot depends on the speed of negotiations that we can manage. There are two sides. Firstly, the large pharmaceutical companies, where personal contacts matter for a lot. Like Katrin Õunak was saying about how Estonian children are able to access trials through personal connections, and the parallel carries over to negotiations as well. Confidentiality is crucial there. The price tags are vastly different between markets such as Germany's and Estonia's. But I firmly believe that the problems we cannot yet solve today will be solved within a year, maybe 2, 3, maybe 4. But if then the health insurance fund cannot yet pay, I'm emphasizing yet, then my practice shows with my 3rd year presenting at this conference that if you get the decision makers here for a day, then certain decisions will come up quicker, faster, easier, because the first-hand perspective helps. Thank you for this. Marko, you and your team are negotiators. Looking at this slide,
Need on muideks Adumi tehtud slaidid, et eesti keeles on hästi ilus sõna Adum, tehisaru.
These are AI-generated images.
Adumi tehtud slaid, mis see räägib sulle?
Tegelikult on siit 1-2 osapoolt puudu.
Marko, what does this one tell you? Well, first of all, this is missing a couple of stakeholders. It might need to involve the patient. We see here the doctor, the pharmaceutical company, the health insurance fund. The patient is through the fourth wall. Okay, that comforts me a bit. The negotiations in Estonia, we currently have 4 applications in for rare diseases. 1 from this year, the other 3 from the previous year or even earlier. I checked the status and it seems the current one is still in the beginning of the gauntlet. We might know more by the summer. But with the previous ones, either it's the drug is wonderful, please let's now agree on the price, or secondly, it does help a bit now, or in the 3rd case, the drug will not be useful. So those are the options facing the new drugs. We're speaking about a balance here, aren't we? Right. But when we come to the substance of the negotiations, then each to their own decision whether the patient is the rock or the feather. Negotiations appear easy. We have a common goal. We want to help the patient. We want the same. What's more, in Estonia we've set certain boundaries. If we can tick a number of boxes, then we have authorization. And then the patients won't need to individually apply with Estonia, but the health insurance fund will fund all relevant patients. But now about the Estonian prices. Estonian prices are 50%, maybe 30%, maybe even 70% cheaper than paid by the rest of the world. However, the pharmaceutical company with its offices in Austria, Germany, Switzerland, wherever, Estonia sends their representatives there. But if the producer is willing to go down on the price, and if the Estonian discount price becomes public, then let's say the German agency might also insist on a similar price, even with their vastly larger number of patients. So that's how we balance it. There's the patient, there's the payer, and then there is the helper or producer. The patient wants help, the funder wants money to be stretched across all who need help. The health insurance fund does not decide on an emotional basis, even though there might be plenty of emotion below the surface. We make data-based decisions. This is the golden rule that we have been following. But how are the data nowadays, Marko? The health insurance fund is €500 million. 400,000 million goes on pharmaceuticals, on drugs, and let's say 35 million euros is spent on rare disease drugs. So that's about 10% of our pharmaceutical spending.
on see, keda me saame selle rahast aidata. Nüüd sellest 35 miljonist laias laastus pool on see, mida tehakse haiglas.
With this 35 million,
ma ei tea, veeni manustada, pooled on need, mida saab apteegist osta ise kasutada.
half the drugs, half the money spent on drugs administered in the hospital, half in bought from the pharmacy. And roughly 700 people are using these drugs.
Mitte oodata, millal meie ukse taha tullakse, vaid käia kõik ukse tagused ise
läbi. Rather than waiting while companies come knocking on our doors, it's important to be proactive and go asking producers what and when and how they will be bringing up, so as to be able to better plan the pace and the spending.
Ma tahan rääkida teile lugu. Ja lugu on selline, et
I'd like to tell you a story.
Et kuidagi on kujunenud niimoodi, et pärast neid konverentse siis ühe või kaks või poolteist väljakutset.
After these conferences and seminars, somehow we've generally been able to resolve 1 or 1.5 or 2 of these challenges we discussed. Roughly we're able to solve 1 or slightly more issues per year in a way that our patient, an Estonian, is helped.
Vaatasime koos Siiriga numbreid ja
this year
on ju niimoodi, et on
teatud we crunched the numbers with Siiri.
Tervisekassa veel ei hüvita, võtab lastefondi rahastusest hästi suure tüki ära.
And any drug that the health insurance fund does not yet cover takes a large chunk out of the Children's Foundation funds. We try to start from this. Siiri said we have to do something about chondroplasty. The price for the drug was incredibly high. It didn't seem accessible. But Marko and his team have been working on it since the beginning of this year. The negotiations are difficult, but let us not give up. Marko and his team negotiated. We had a board meeting last week to fully decide on this matter, to get the final details finished. We requested a conditional approval to be granted within a couple of days. So as to get things moving by this week. Marko, how far along are we?
Meil on reedel see konverents ka veel. Ma saan aru, aga midagi
I was asking because with a view to the conference on Friday.
Ja akondroplaasiaga siis Tervisekassa
Riina was
korda sai
Riina came and said in a lovely manner earlier that what with achondroplasia we concluded it this morning. I myself signed the papers today. Riina is the chairman of the board of the Health Insurance Fund. I sent the signed documents to the minister. The government has to approve it. It's working. It's on its way now.
Viimastel aastatel järjest parenemaks läinud suhtluseta neid asju tegelikult.
Without increasingly improved communication, such as it has been improving over the last years, these things would not be able to happen. You are working on an issue or a case. You are rejected. The door is closed in your face, so you go open the window, you go in, and things start to happen. We just ask, grant us some patience, let us first try for donations. I wish things went faster, but things are as they are now. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate
vähemalt 25
your invitation to speak today. And we will manage in the pot over there. We'll manage 25, maybe 26. It will go downhill from there. Thank you all.
Aitäh, ma saan aru
Thank
kõigi
you.
nimel.
But it's wonderful news, isn't
puudutab,
it? For all it concerns.
Muidugi, loomulikult võib.
Rain ütles väga õigesti, et nad iga
I'd like to comment.
midagi ära lahendada.
Brian rightly said that they try to solve something every time. And I'd like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Last year, they resolved 2 issues. Over there, Grete-Liis and Tauno are sitting. Grete-Liis told her story last year, and a very few months later, they both got access to the drug. So thank you on behalf of the Children's Foundation.
Nüüd kuulame Kätlin Luike. Tema töötab Ravimitootjate Liidu meditsiinitöögrupis.
Kätlin Luik, who is a doctor.
Midagi soovid veel lisada?
Tere, tore on, et kuulajad on pärastlõunaks ka nii palju jäänud.
Hello, I'm happy to see so many members of audience here, although it's the afternoon.
Täna ma esindan siin Ravimitootjate Liitu.
So
Huviline
today
slaidi mul ei ole, aga igapäevaselt ma
I'm
töötan
representing
me uurime, toodame ja müüme ka harvikhaiguste ravimeid.
the Association of the Pharmaceutical Companies in Estonia. I don't have a slide about the conflict of interest, but I do at
hästi palju on kõlanud sellel teemal,
So what am I going to speak about today?
harvikhaigustega lastel on raske saada uuringut.
A lot has been said about how it's difficult for children with rare diseases to get into clinical trials.
Ma tahan rõhutada seda,
Clinical
uuringud on
trials are one way that medicines can be accessed. But I would like to emphasize that the aim of clinical trials is to assess the effectiveness and safety of the medicines. When we are dealing with comparative studies or trials, then it might happen that then we have 2 options. The child might get the best treatment available, but not the innovative treatment.
Ma räägin täna lihtsalt nagu tausta, et miks on
Today I would like to open the background. Why are specific trials needed for children? Why can't we expand the data about adults? On adults, children, I'm going to speak about the European regulations. I'm going to speak about real life. What are the bottlenecks? What are the benefits? Why is it difficult to conduct trials in children? Adults are adults. Their body is
lõpus, kui jõuame, näitan, millised
children
võimalused
are
peale
developing.
uuringute veel on.
In the end, I will speak about other opportunities in addition to clinical. And these slides will be available to everybody. So the slides at the end might prove very useful. They speak for themselves.
Eesti keeles siis võib-olla üle, et mida siis
Some
lapsel
of
veel teada, kui tema laps
what
uuringus osaleb ja millega arvestab.
I'm going to say has been said here before, but I will let you know then again what a parent
Juba jõudsin öelda ka, et tegelikult laste füsioloogia on väga erinev täiskasvanud.
So why are clinical trials conducted on children? As I told you before, children's body is very different from that of grown. Children have a completely different metabolism, depending on how old they are. To conduct a trial on children to see how a specific medicine works, you can't have just one single trial on children, but I need different trials on babies, toddlers, and teenagers. Teenagers are the easiest group to examine because they are almost
teha selleks ka, et osad haigused, harvikutega võib-olla see nagu kattub natuke, aga kui see laiem teema laste uuringutest rääkida, siis osad haigused ju täiskasvanutel ei olegi.
There are some diseases that only children have. We know that children are being vaccinated against certain diseases which only children get. So in order to test
hästi suur osa on
for these
annustamine,
diseases,
millest ma
we
juba
need to
rääkisin,
conduct
vaktsineeritud
trials.
ühel lastel erinev võib-olla, aga ka
Also,
manustamine, ehk et kui sul on ikkagi väiksed beebid või
administration is very
väikelapsed,
important. When you have a
siis on
baby or
võib-olla
a
närvist
toddler,
tabletti vaja, võib-olla on
then
hoopis
it's
mingit
better to have
segu
a
vaja
chewing
teha.
tablet, some sort of an
Sellised
infusion.
suured kapslid, mida endalgi on raske alla neelata, neid ju
The
lastel
large capsule that adults have a hard time swallowing is not suitable for children.
Ja nüüd, kui ma ravimtootja vaatevinklist võtan, siis
Now from the perspective of
tahame
pharmaceutical
neid
companies,
ravimeid kasutusele viia, läbi selle meil on vaja
We want
müügiluba, ehk
to,
me teeme kliinilisi uuringuid kindlasti selleks, et saada
sell
müügiluba.
these
Ja müügiluba me saame
medicines, and
erinevate
in order to do that, we need
riikide
marketing
Eesti ja
authorization,
Euroopa kontekstis siis Euroopa
and
Ravimiametist.
we
Kõik
need
uuringud
the
disainitakse nii lastel kui täiskasvanutel
agency of medicine to give us this
ehk et enne
authorization.
jäi siit võib-olla kõlama see, et miks ravimtootjad või kust tuleb see põrand,
Before,
mis alusel siis patsientidele see ravi nagu
we
pärast
were
näidustatud on.
discussing where these criteria come
kellel me oleme seda
based on
patsienti
which we
uurinud ja see,
decide
kellel seda
who is
uurida, see
eligible
tekib,
for the
see
drug.
sihtrühm
But this
tekib
is
koostöös Ravimiametiga.
what clinical trials do.
Uuritakse mitte võib-olla kõige
They study
kergematel patsientidel, aga nendel patsientidel,
different
kellel me
patients,
suudame ka efekti näidata.
and they want to give this medicine to patients to whom it would be effective. It wouldn't be right to administer a medicine to children to whom we know it wouldn't be effective. Now moving on to ethics and regulations.
Euroopas tegelikult on laste ravimeid selliselt süsteemselt uurima hakatud alles 2007 aastal.
It was only in 2007 that they started to study pediatric medicine.
Tegelikult alles see põlvkond, kes täna on need lapsed, alles nendega koos on tulnud laste uuringud. Varasemalt neid üldse ei olnud.
So there were no clinical trials for pediatric medicine in Europe before that. So basically, children still use medicines that are actually meant for adults, that can be tried on with adults, but we know that they work because science has shown us that we have experience. But now we have the regulation for pediatric medicines, and this tells us what should be studied, how should be studied, and so on. There is a pediatric committee of the European Medicine Agency whose task is to coordinate all the activities related to pediatric medicines.
Ma olen pannud siia veel ühe märkme PIP, see on Pediatric Investigation Plan.
I also have an abbreviation here, it's called PIP. The acronym stands for the
See on tõesti detailne plaan.
Pediatric Investigation Plan.
Kas seda esitada seda plaani või mitte, kõikide uute ravimite korral see esitada tuleb.
This plan has to be submitted with all new medicines.
Kas selle otsustab, et see kindlasti tuleb teha, see sama Euroopa Ravimiameti komitee. Ehk tootja tegelikult siin ei otsusta, kas ma tahan või ei taha.
And this decision, whether this plan has to be submitted or not, this decision is made by the agency, not the pharmaceutical. In addition to regulations, we have specific benefits for the pharmaceuticals. We want the pharmaceuticals to be interested in producing pediatric medicine. There are different benefits. For example, with orphan drugs, there is 2 years of extra protection or 6 months of priority sales rights.
Kui see regulatsioon ja see nii-öelda keskkond on nagu õigusruumis loodud, et see loodi
2007
aastal, ta tasemini tulnud, see läks 10 aastat mööda,
regulations,
et mismoodi
then
regulatsioonid
this improves the situation.
Et kas lastele on hakatud rohkem ravimeid tegema ja uurima.
There was a report that assessed whether these changes in the European regulations actually had an effect. And I will talk about that report later on. But now when we
joone ülevalpool
have a look at the world at large, then
Euroopa Liit ja
it's not in every
Ameerika
country
Ühendriigid,
that
mis riikidest tegelikult on kohustuslik.
there is an
Ja kui
obligation
vaatate, siis
to
UK,
have
UK
clinical
võib-olla
trials.
21, nad olid ju ennem ka Euroopa Liit, et selles mõttes neil oli ka ennem kohustus, aga
So you
siis
can
nad
see when
teised
different
eraldusid, siis
countries
nad pidid uuesti vastu võtma selle kohustuse. Ja ka Šveits, et nad
have
liitusid
adopted
suhteliselt hiljuti.
this
Kanadas, Jaapanis
obligation.
on tegelikult
So
see
you can see we have
vabatahtlik
the
ja
US here.
soovituslik.
In Canada and Japan, it's not an obligation, it's a recommendation.
Nüüd, millal see laste ravimite või ütleme, nende ravimite, mida lastel kasutama hakatakse, et millal seda plaani siis vaja on?
When do we need this investigation plan when we speak about pediatric medicines? Right now, the rule is that we need this for all new drugs. Last year, we had 46 new drugs launched in Europe, and with all these new drugs, they also had to submit the investigation plan. And the decision whether a specific drug needs to submit the plan or not is made by the Pediatric Medicines Committee of the Agency of Medicine. This plan doesn't have to be submitted for drugs that have been on the market for a long time, herbal medicines, biologically similar medicines don't need it. Also, if it's only a medicine aimed for adults, then we don't need to submit this plan. And also, when there is no significant additional benefit in comparison to the present medicines, then this medicine doesn't need investigation. Now going back to the report that I was talking about before, it showed that indeed, with the development of new medicines, there are more and more children's medicines being developed. And this is a good thing. However, in the second graph, you can see that they tend to focus on teenagers and children, but not toddlers. So there aren't many clinical trials about newborn infants.
See vist näitab tegelikult seda, et isegi kui Ameerika Ühendriikides 10-15 aastat varem
oli
see kohustus, siis tänaseks on need suurusjärgud, kellel uuritakse, kui palju uusi
even though this obligation was present in the US earlier than in Europe, then now the proportions are the same. And you can see that in cases teenagers and children whose drugs are being examined on clinical trials. Here you can see the action plan of the European Medicines Agency for 2019. All organizations in Europe who deal with medicines and children's medicine have cooperated, have come together to find out who and what needs to be done to do the most important thing, which is to help people. This action plan has 3 parts. First, they mapped the areas that are in the most crucial state. This included neurological diseases, oncology, neuropsychiatry, and maybe hematology as well. Talking about the presentation by Professor Wynn. Also, the action plan talked about regulations So the idea
siis
is
soodustada
to
koostööd otsustajate vahel ja mul on hästi
make
hea meel,
the collaboration between different decision
või
makers
meie
easier.
sessioonis esimene ettekandja rääkis nendest võrgustikest hästi
I'm very
laialt, ma
happy
tegelikult ei pea seda üle
that the
kordama.
first presenter
See on
spoke
kõik see,
about the
mis on
networks.
tekkinud siin viimastel aastatel,
This is something that has
komisjoni
emerged
tasemel, akadeemia
over the
tasemel,
past couple of years.
haiglate tasemel, ülikoolide tasemel on pandud seljad kokku ja on loodud neid
So
võimalusi.
everybody has come together and
kus
has
kohas
demanded
uurida, kuidas uurida neid
different
tingimusi, seda haritust parandada,
opportunities. Everybody wants to improve the
meil ei ole
situation,
maailmad
and the
erinevad,
pharmaceuticals
kõik on
also
ühel väljas,
cooperate.
lihtsalt ekspertiis on
So we are
erinevates
all
suundades.
after the same goal. It's just that the
Ja
regulation
loomulikult üritatakse ikkagi lihtsustada bürokraatiat. Ehk
Also,
mis puutub siis Euroopa
they try
Ravimiametisse,
to
et need plaanid
have
oleks
less
kiiremad,
bureaucracy.
läbipaistvam, ne saaks aru, kus kohas,
We
mis
want
uuringuid
all
tehakse,
the
et see info
plans to
oleks
be more
jagatud,
simple.
et
We want to
lastevanematel
share
oleks ka lihtsam seda
information.
leida ja ka arstidel oleks seda lihtsam
We want
leida,
for the
tootjatel oleks
parents
seda lihtsam leida.
to have an easier time finding the information, and also the producers.
Nüüd isegi kui see keskkond on loodud ja on aru
Even
saadud, kus on kitsaskohad,
when we
et
have
mida
the
saab
right
parandada, siis ma
environment
mõtlesin, et ma jätan
and
siia
we have
2 slaidi,
understood the
näitan
problems,
teile,
then
mis on need raskused, aga mis on ka võimalused.
I thought that I would still talk to you both about the challenges
Kuidas need laste uuringuid läbi viia.
and the opportunities.
No sellest füsioloogilisest, anatoomilisest erinevusest
What makes it difficult then? I spoke about the physiological and anatomical difference of children.
Just selliste uuringute puhul,
When it comes to clinical trials
mis on selliste uuringute puhul, mis kestavad kaua. Ehk et kui me alustame
that last for a long time,
lastega,
then this is especially different. So we start with children who are 2 years old, the trial is 10 years long, and by the end of the trial, the child is teenager, so their physiology has changed, the dosage has changed, so this makes it very difficult to draw conclusions.
Ja kui on
Both for researchers and
lapsed
pharmaceuticals.
väsivad, vanemad väsinud,
And with long-term trials, children get tired, parents get tired.
Ütleme ka võib-olla sama geeniravi näitel, et kui sa ikkagi iga nädala
I'll give an example of gene therapy. When you have to go to have your liver function checked every week, then this is very tiresome. I understand that it's very tiresome to have the disease, but to have a thorough test every week takes both children and parents.
Nagu vaatest on üsna ressursimahukas ja ravimihinnad kujunevad selle
The
käigus.
development of trials is very costly, and the price of medicines is very high. So we have to decide.
Eetilistest õiguslikest reeglitest võib-olla väga ei räägi rohkem kui seda,
I wouldn't dwell upon the ethical and legal rules. Maybe just one thing to point out is that it's the parent who's responsible for the child, but once the child turns 18, it's up to them to decide whether they want to continue in the trial or not.
Võimalusi on ka, et ikkagi püütakse ja
So things are difficult, but there are still
informatsiooni tuleb nendest uuringutest.
We get a lot of information from these trials, not only regarding inheritance, but also about diseases. We can see what other diseases they get during the trial, what happens to their mental state, so on. Also, competence centers emerge in Europe, where people conduct trials, they know how to support the children and the parents. Ralf Mann said, when the competence center is good and knows how to support the child, then this is a big thing. And it's very expensive to have a competence center in every country. But let's come to Europe. What's the situation here? At the beginning of January, there were 134 clinical medicine trials ongoing.
valdkonnad, kus uuringuid tehakse, on onkoloogia, nakkushaigused,
12 of them were being
sealhulgas
carried out on
hematoloogia,
children.
verevähid, vere hüübimishäired, suhkruhaigus,
What
nahahaigused,
fields were included? We had oncology, including leukemia, then infectious diseases,
ravimitootjapoolseid
protein
uuringuid on 5
disorders,
tükki nendest
so on.
12-st ja
Out
sinna
of
on
these
võetud
12,
teismelised
5
ja osad
were
uuringud on siis
conducted by a
16-aastased.
pharmaceutical company.
Ja
These
akadeemilised
also
uuringud, kes on
included
siis tehtud kas
teenagers,
haiglate poolt,
and 7 of them were academic trials.
koostöögruppide poolt, et neid on 7 tükki.
Some of them are
Mitte
in
kõik ei ole
cooperation with
vastsündinutel,
other
aga nendest
countries.
päris mitmed on vastsündinutel,
Not
sest
all of
seal
them
on
are
akadeemiline
being
huvi
conducted
või
on
vajadus
newborns,
kõige suurem.
but several are
Sellepärast
because the
vaadatakse,
academic
kus ravimid
interest
imenduvad, mis
need
anuses
is
on
the
vaja
highest
anda selleks, et
in
patsiendile
this group.
abi saaks. Selline olukord on Eestis. Aga mida siis vanem,
So this is the
mul hakkab küll
situation
aeg
in
lõppema, aga
Estonia.
ma 2 minutit äkki räägin
I
üle.
know I'm running out of
Et
time,
mida
but maybe it's
vanem peaks
okay
teadma,
if
kui
I
tema
go
laps
2 minutes
osaleb.
overtime. What should a parent
Keeleteemast me
know
siin rääkisime juba.
when their child
Keeleteema ei
participates
ole mitte sellepärast,
in a
et
trial?
see oleks nagu
Now we
piirang,
spoke
et
about
kui ei
the
oska, siis ei
question
saa,
of
vaid see on tegelikult
language.
selleks, et see laps ka päriselt mõistaks,
Language
mis teda ees
is
ootab,
an
ja
important
mis need riskid
criteria
on.
because
Ja me
it's
saame
very
aru, et
important
võib-olla
for the
1-aastaselt,
child to
2-aastaselt ei
understand
selgita. Aga kui see laps on
what
9 või 10 või 11, siis ta
they
saab
will
tegelikult omal moel väga hästi aru
go
sellest.
through,
Ja seda peaks oskama selgitada. Ei pea keelt oskama, võib ka
what
tõlgi võtta.
is in
See on ka
store for
variant,
them,
aga see on
and this is very
finantsiliselt
important.
ka kallis.
Of course, you can
Ilmselt
get
see
an
sõltub
interpreter, but
uuringukeskustest
this
ja
is
sellest
very,
sponsorist, kes seda
very
teeb.
expensive.
Kuludest on ka juba räägitud, aga millest võib-olla täna
We have
üldse
spoken
räägitud ei
about
ole,
the
on
cost,
see,
but what hasn't
et
been
laste
spoken about
uuringutes
today
laps peab andma enamus
is the
riikides
fact
ka ise uuringutes selle informed consent'i või teadva
the
nõusoleku.
child
Ta peab aru
has to
saama, mis ta
submit
ees ootab
the
ja ta
informed
peab
consent,
nõusoleku andma.
at least in
Eestis
most
näiteks
countries.
on alates
They have to
7-aastasest
know
küsitakse lapse
what
käest
awaits for
eraldi
them.
nõud.
In Estonia, for example, the
See on temale
consent
omale viisil, see ei ole
must
see mingi
be
dokument, mille täiskasvanud allkirjastab,
submitted by a child who is 7 years old
Võib-olla,
or
mis ma
older.
veel tahan öelda, et kindlasti aitab kontakt siinse
I would also like to emphasize that it's good to have a contact with the doctor in Estonia who is in contact with the doctor who works on the trial. So you should keep in touch with your local doctor.
Meie tootjatena muidugi saame neid kontakte siin vahendada.
We as pharmaceuticals can help you find contacts. If there is a representation of the pharmaceutical company in Estonia, then we do all we can. But sometimes we lack resources, especially when it's
võib-olla ennem kokkuvõtvat slaidi veel selline, et me oleme küll rääkinud
before the
kliinilistest
summarizing
uuringutest, mis on
slide,
siis üks väike osa.
then we have been speaking about the clinical trials.
On hea vaadata ka seda, et kui kliinilist uuringut ei saa, et siis on need varased.
But it's also good to look at other options.
Haiguste korral.
We have early access programs for cases when clinical trials are not possible. Now, whether these early access programs apply to orphan drugs and rare diseases, that depends. There are very many different scenarios here. When it comes to gene therapy, then many companies don't want to give it away just like that, because so many of them are still in the research phase.
Viiruse autoantikehade tekkeks.
So in the morning we spoke about the virus autoantibodies.
Vaid mitte nagu kahjustada neid ravimeid, kui tegelikult võib-olla see geeniravi pärast ei toimigi, me ei tea selle lõplikku toimet, et tal oleks
because we don't know what the final result of the gene therapy will be, and we don't want to ruin these children's options for future potential gene therapy. No pharmaceutical company wants to assume the responsibility. These are two slides that I won't talk about, but they are quite self-explanatory. So in these slides, I've explained these early access programs aptly. So here you have the criteria and different information. This information is also available on the website of the Estonian Agency of Medicines. So maybe my final thoughts. In children, the clinical trials are necessary to get evidence-based information. Participation in the trial is voluntary and the child has to give their consent. When you participate in a clinical trial, it doesn't necessarily mean that you get the studied medicines. Different networks in Europe make cooperation projects. And in order to be able to participate in the work of these networks, doctors have a huge role to play. But parents also have a huge role to play because they need to be able to ask for participation in the network. And if you don't get into a clinical trial, then it's really worth looking into this program.
Kas on kellelgi mõni mõte või küsimus? Jaa, näete, siin tuleb üks küsimus ja jookseb.
That's it from me.
Väga tore.
Great, excellent. Any questions? Here you go. I'd like to thank you for that great presentation. Now, the bit that you skipped. The physician's direct application to the producer for name access. Are those forms available on the website, on the Health Fund website? No, there is no template. You should write a request. Going back to the same Duchenne muscular dystrophy. In Estonia, it's in Russia's portfolio. Globally, somebody else's. So who should we address? In the early access context, you should address Rush. Because there are trials coming up. You should talk to us and we can let you know how far along the trials are. Russia's position is that this drug will not be free. It will be on a paid basis only, because in certain countries the drug is already on sale, and that excludes the possibility of handing it out for free. How about the compassionate use program? Doesn't it apply anymore? It does not. Most compassionate use programs are concluded when a drug receives its market authorization, or will slightly overlap with national funding, but they are temporary. Indeed, this is a bit vague. Bart asked me whether there are any compassionate use programs. I told her I know of some patients who have received it, but the last one I know of is SMA. When it became available in the EU, it wasn't publicly funded in Estonia. And the Estonia 5 patients were able to access compassionate use, and the 6th one was treated with help from the Children's Foundation. Right? Any more questions?
Yeah, of course. So, related to the question of Dr. Una, now with the clinical trial regulation, all the clinical trials have to be registered in the European registry. So is it possible that patients know, or multi-clinicians know about the new trial that might be applicable to their patients from pharmaceutical companies early enough through the clinical trial registry to contact the company or the clinician to participate in the trial? Is it aligned with the possibility to be enrolled, or is it too late?
No, it's not too late, because if the trial is on the clinical trial registry, there is also the section there when you can see if it's recruiting. So if it's recruiting, then it's a possibility to ask that if the patient could be included or not. So eesti keeles ka vastan.
Kui sa saad.
Jah, küsimus oli see, et kõik kliinilised uuringud tuleb
And again in Estonian,
nii-öelda alustada läbi kliiniliste uuringute regulatsiooni ja siis selleks on oma mehhanismid ja siis sellega kaasneb kliiniliste uuringute andmebaas, mis on kõikidel absoluutselt nähtav.
there is a clinical register database publicly visible.
Kas siis toimeaine või ravimi või
And
või selle diagnoosi,
you should
siis sealt on tegelikult näha,
search there, either by diagnosis or age, to search the trials. The result will be a table in English, and any trial marked as recruiting should be contacted to see for eligibility. I also suggest consulting with your treating physician. Thank you. There's another question, right? The tragedy of this is that Ralph's and Henry's drug is currently listed as recruiting, but they were not accepted. Indeed. Unfortunately, I'm not able to elucidate on the reasons. It depends on the center conducting the trial. Thank you.
Nüüd on nõnda, et meil on natukene veel minna. Kuidas selline olemine on?
There is still some way to go. How are you feeling? Is there enough air? Is there enough energy going around? Everything's provided.
Vaatame nüüd ühe video.
Let us move on to a video. We will now see little Mattias. He was born with a rare form of immunodeficiency, and thanks to his Estonian physicians and their Estonian colleagues, he flew to a specialized immunodisease center in Newcastle in England, where they spent an entire year. Mattias's mother, Elina Mark, will tell the story of his
Räägi, Elina, kuidas te Mattiase diagnoosini üldse jõudsite, et kui Mattias sündis?
Could you tell me how you got to Mattias's diagnosis? What were you told when Mattias was born? How did you notice that he was uncommon? Not initially, I didn't. It took roughly half a year. Initially, he was consuming antibodies from his mother's milk, but then the diseases struck, illnesses, coughs, colds, then respiratory difficulties. We came to the clinic, and it took them a month or maybe two to find out what was causing it. The virus was cytomegalovirus, and that's where the ball started rolling. How come this virus is causing such severe symptoms in this child? And that's how we started. There were endless tests and samples taken, and at some point they concluded the immune system wasn't working the way it should. We did not obtain our final diagnosis in Estonia. It was clear that there was a significant immune system issue, and we were sent on to Newcastle, where we spent a year receiving treatment.
Kuidas üldse see võimalus teil tekkis, et te saite Newcastle'isse?
I wonder, how did you get the chance to go to Newcastle? Was it simply because the diagnosis wasn't obtained locally? Yes, I think this is one reason. And another is that Mattias's treating physician, Pia Loor, had a previous positive experience working with Newcastle, and it was her pushing us to address a specialized center. Without Pia, I do not believe we would have got to go there. When we were walking before, you told me you believed then you wouldn't have Mattias right now. I believe so, yes. In Newcastle, it took 4 months to establish the definitive diagnosis. I'm no geneticist. What I gather is that there were 71 known ADA deficiencies before, and Mattias was the 72nd. And that might be why it wasn't found in Estonia. It was a brand new mutation. What did they do with Mattias in Newcastle? What did they not do? They did. They did everything. A team was assembled. Andrew Gennery was our treating physician. We still stay in touch. There was also a team of therapists, physiotherapists, nutritionists, all aspects of treatment. It was quickly obvious that we were heading towards bone marrow transplantation and chemotherapy, no matter whether we reach a clear conclusion as to the diagnosis or not. And they attempted to get the child as well, as healthy as possible to do the treatment. There were special nutrition, physiotherapy for a year. Without this, I don't believe the result would have been this good. So we spent a year there, and the transplant was at the time the child turned 1 year of age. His birthday is January the 6th, and the transplant was January the 24th. And we remained in the UK until June. So it was warm while you return outside. Indeed. What's more, our return coincided with the first wave of COVID. It was a huge concern returning the immunocompromised child to Estonia during a pandemic. We were even considering taking a camper van and having a road trip throughout Europe, more or less safely. But thanks to the Children's Foundation, an easier way was found. The private pilot picked us up in Newcastle and brought us directly to Tartu. How is Mattias doing now? It's been 5 years, hasn't it? Indeed, 5 years. Mattias is a perfectly ordinary child, full of mischief. He's lovely. He's heartfelt. He's terrified of doctors. I don't know whether it's some sort of memories he might have from that time, or in any case, he has no love of physicians. He goes through all the normal colds and viruses a child would get. There has been no tissue rejection reaction. There shouldn't be any more. So I believe we can leave this behind us. Today, Mattias is ill. Indeed, he's ill. He picked up a virus in the kindergarten, and our GP prescribed a brief antibiotic course. He's been snotty for a month. But but we can see the results after a couple of days of treatment. But how did recovery from the transplantation go? It took time. There were many symptoms, mainly because of the chemotherapy. And the hardest part that we handled 2 years after the transplantation was tuberculosis. Our neonates are all given TB vaccines right at the hospital after birth. But the immune system of Mattias was so weak that it did not detect the vaccine at the time. And after the immune system, after the transplantation kicked into gear, things turned ugly for a moment. Luckily, it remained localized in his shoulder. The body put up a significant fight, but thankfully all vital organs remained untouched. How often have you been afraid for Mattias? What mother would not be afraid for their child? I believe that my fear today is similar to all mothers about their children. But a year, even more, after the transplantation, there was still fear against the rejection, against any possible issues. We were always ready to react. Our treating physician here in Estonia checked up on us often. But after a certain period of time, we relaxed. It was obvious that everything was working.
väga pikalt, on see sinu hinnangul ka sihuke professionaalne
You spent
keskkond,
a long
kus
time in
teatakse ja tuntakse
Newcastle.
võib-olla seda immuunpuudulikkust?
In your opinion, do you think this is a professional environment where immunodeficiency is well understood? Very much so. I haven't been to other centers globally, but the way we were taken care of, the importance of the way the patient was important to the treating physician there was top. The physician under January is a physician as well as a leading researcher. He researches transplantation methodology and immunodeficiencies, immune diseases. I'm a scientist myself, and we had many interesting discussions with him. And you still do, don't you? Yeah, yes, indeed. He promised to visit us in Estonia. He would love to see white winter. Hello, Tia. Hello, everybody. I'm strong like a superstar, like an icicle, and I got a teddy bear. Great, thank you.
Selliseid lugusid vaadates, mis täna kõik tegelikult meie ees on olnud ja see kaasa arvatud, et paneb tundma ja mõtlema, et kui imeline on teadus.
Listening to the stories today, including this one, it's obvious that science is wonderful. Let no one dare object. But now, Tuuli, it's your turn. Are you anxious yet? Not yet. But now, Tuuli Seinberg is an advisor in medical advocacy at the Estonian Chamber of People with Disabilities, and she has also led medical radio programs. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you. Now, first of all, wonderfully well, being wonderfully well. When I went home after one of these conferences, my family was asking me where I had been. My eyes were obviously red and puffy because of the emotion going around. But this year, I feel like there is a lot more hope, a lot more positive collaboration, and a lot more sense that things can and might improve, that there are possibilities for us all to contribute to this improvement in the state of affairs. Over the last years, I've been starting my presentations with a disclaimer. Myself, I got dystonia. This is not a rare disease. But myself, I've had a personal contact with Dr. Katrin Õunap 4 years ago. During COVID, when I was diagnosed, the hospital ordered a thorough gene panel to exclude genetic causes. And when the neurologist invited me to discuss the results, I was shaking as a leaf. And the doctor told me, what wonderfully beautiful genes. Awesome. I'd love to have them. And that was such a relief. Us without a rare disease and maybe with entirely healthy family members as well, we should realize that this is cause to be intensely grateful at all times. But I'd like to give you a brief break from the medical and clinical terminology. I've come to speak about network support. What is a network? We've spoken about various networks. European reference networks, support networks. We often see our support networks as comprising of our family members, our siblings, our grandparents. We often wish our support networks might involve the local community, the local government. Maybe it would involve national state level support. But I believe today we have seen that every one of these aspects is but a strand in a web. And it's important for all of us to know which strand we are. Do I have to support a vast structure, or am I maybe a thinner strand? Am I a colleague or a friend to somebody raising a child with a rare disease? Do I realize I am part of this network too? Since the more strands a network has, the smaller the gaps in a network, and the less likely to fall through the holes if we find ourselves needing help. If the health insurance fund, the Children's Foundation, we all, people in the community, friends and colleagues, collaborate, then it's possible to catch these individuals the way they don't fall into this object loneliness, the grief and shock that comes with a diagnosis, but rather that we catch them and we gently direct them towards a solution. Speaking of loneliness, the stories today clearly showed the loneliness, the diagnosis brings a vast shock, a kind of grief. We all know and feel it. But I went looking at scientific studies. Does research support the notion that loneliness is a problem at this time? I found a study that studied loneliness in families of patients with rare diseases. The study was conducted in 2023, and it turned out that loneliness was a massive problem, especially when these people sense gaining a label or a stigma. I've heard stories about how people don't dare to tell their employer that they have a child with a rare disease and that they would need flexible hours or more support or even understanding due to concern about the stigma. But this causes loneliness. Or maybe there is no social support, or just threads snap and networks fail through this loneliness aspect. Therefore, it's important to acknowledge the possibility for loneliness, no matter which strand or which junction we are. We studied one more study about the perspective of the caretaker. Sure, children are sometimes ill. We treat their common cold, life goes on. But for a child with a rare disease, it's a daily battle. It's a daily struggle. I can't even imagine it. If I said I knew what these families experience, I would be lying. I can only try to understand. In the study I highlighted here, feel free to read up on them later. It was noted that the that there is the support of the support network of the caretaker is also has a significant influence on the treatment and on the situation and on the well-being of the child with a rare disease. So when we support the caretaker, we're supporting the patient.
hoolduskoormus ja haavatavus. Üks oluline nüanss,
The caretaking, care burden and vulnerability
jääb sellest meie teadlikkuse võrgustikust kuidagi, kas pudeneb
often
läbi
enough
see, et kui me ei paku seda tuge,
it escapes our attention that if we fail to provide this support, then these people are vulnerable to, first of all, loneliness, but also they are vulnerable to people who would exploit their vulnerability. People who would come and peddle their services and end up taking the last actual support from the person. Therefore, it's important to provide proper support to avoid the vulnerable individual, the caretaker, from malicious networks. Speaking of support networks and of the consideration and of support in the European culture sphere, we all follow certain moral norms which largely coincide with the 10 Commandments, no matter which religion or none one follows. Broadly, we all agree it's lovely not to kill, not to steal, not to do crime. But I found an interesting article where I have to ask you not to get caught on the concentration camp metaphor, but to follow the point. On an anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz concentration camp, a few years ago, somebody who was liberated, a person who was liberated from the camp, pointed out the so-called 11th commandment, thou shalt not be indifferent. Leaving aside Auschwitz, let's remember the point that it did not, the situation with the camps did not strike out of the blue. It creeped up on us. We might think, you are so few, just stay aside somewhere. Let us not interfere with them, they'll find a way. We might think this way, but then the next step might follow. Let's say, let's have them live somewhere separately, like the Jews in ghettos. And that's how it went on and on and on, until, without realizing it, an unwillingness to be involved, an unwillingness to notice was normalized. The same threatens us today. Just think of the current political situation. But the same applies to the rare disease context. Let us not be indifferent. Let's consider the threads of our support web. I'd like to quote an excellent master's thesis. The author is Maarja Krais-Leusk. It was recently published in a magazine, and it brings out and it elucidates things that could be immediately improved. If any of you wants to go read up on these points and go read and consider whether there is anything else you can or should do. I don't know, Maria, do you think that in the intervening years, those all have been solved and settled? For some reason, I don't think so. So there is plenty of food for thought for all of us as threads in support networks. And the Estonian Chamber of People with Disabilities is another thread in the support network. We have ways to help, we have information, we have an information center for caretakers with practical information on your rights, on the help available. There are videos of people's experiences, and they could also help in situations when you find out a loved one unexpectedly finds themselves in this route. You could introduce this website as a good starting point for improving the sudden new situation and the quality of life. And a website of the Estonian Chamber of People with Disabilities also includes a lot of information. You can call us, you can email us, you can contact us in any way you can. And we don't leave people alone. We reply, we answer, or we help you look for the answers you're looking for, how to continue, how to have a support network, and how to have sufficient support on this journey to avoid situations where you're Googling all alone. Thank you. Thank you, Tuuli. Are there any questions, any thoughts you'd like to share? Okay. Thank you. It gave us food for thought. Since we have several speakers coming up, I will have a panel conversation. I know that there are some people here who have done this thing with me before, but I would like us to do an exercise together. It might seem a bit strange, but I encourage you to do it with me. So please sit on a chair. Already. Please put everything away. You can. Your feet are on the ground, your hands are on your knees, and now we are at the hippodrome. Who knows this game? You do. Great. You know it as well. Of course, you've been with me in different places. Okay, so at the hippodrome, horses start running. We are horses. So repeat after me. So the horses are running. Go on, run, run. So the horses run through the water. Now, on the right, there are the ones who are afraid. Weird, I know, but let's do it. And on the left, we have the ones who are not afraid. And now one more thing. There are 2 hurdles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hurdles. Wonderful. And now there's a hedgehog crossing the road. Okay, now you know the rules. Okay, I can see that somebody is noting it all down in their laptop. Very good. Okay, horses are running on the ground. Okay, so quickly, let's see who's going to win. Now it's a wet ground. Now the ones who are really afraid.
Now on the ground again.
Sul on mingi 3 takistust, tuleb nüüd.
3 hurdles.
Maa, ikka maa. Nüüd tuleb ookean, nüüd on
The ground again. Now there's ocean.
pikalt. Ja nüüd on vasakul pool need, kes ei karda, kuidagi seal
Now on the left we have the ones who are not
ei ole
afraid.
probleemi, nüüd on maa jälle.
No problem. Now ground again.
Veel üks.
Okay. Now a hedgehog, another one. Now the ground. Now the finish is near. Let's go. Now as fast as you can until the end, and you're there. Well done.
No kas läks veri käima?
Hey,
Läks väga hea.
was it useful? Did you get your body moving? You did. Very good.
Järgmist huvitavat
Our next speaker
ja Teelemeren
is Dr. Teelemeren, children's neurologist, who works in the personal medicine department of the Tartu University Hospital.
Aga sa räägid lugu siiski.
Loodame, et tuleb hea lugu.
Jaa, palun, aitäh.
And she's going to tell her story.
Tere kõikidele kuulajatele ja
Good
tervitused
afternoon,
kodudesse
everyone.
ja töökohtadesse. Tõesti, minu nimi Teelemeren.
Hello to everybody.
Tänan väga
Home.
korraldajaid.
My name is Teelemeren, and I would like to thank the organizers who invited me here. I would like to thank all the previous speakers from all walks of life.
Ma arvan, et täna on olnud väga huvitav ja
I
hea
think that we've had a very interesting day here,
Kui
and
me
we have all
arutasime,
learned.
millest tänane ettekanne võiks rääkida, siis sai
When we
sellest
were
teemast
choosing the
Eesti
topic
käsitlus. Aga
for the presentation today, then we decided to talk about the Estonian picture and the Estonian treatment. So my job is to introduce the agreements that we have making in Estonia. This agreement hasn't been confirmed by all parties yet. So the Estonian, I will speak about the worldwide picture today, but we here in Estonia resemble the world. I have received research grants before, but that has no connection with me and my topic today. I'm very happy to speak at the end of the conference today. And many of the things that I wanted to talk about have been talked about here today, so I will just go through the first slide very quickly. I will speak about the guidelines that are given to us. I would like to talk about glucocorticosteroid treatment. We have been hearing a lot about innovative treatment today, but I will be speaking about something that we have been doing for a decade at least. So I think it's good to cover the topics that we work with on a daily basis again and again to see how things are going. Now I have a couple of general slides about the Duchenne muscular dystrophy or DMD. We have heard about this disease a lot today. I don't have a pretty story to tell you. These are honest slides. And we have realized today that we need to talk about things as they are in order to do our best to help the patients and their families. A typical patient is a boy who has a normal development, but at one point they start to slip or fall. And when we speak about proximal muscle weakness, then this is exactly falling and dripping. Their muscles are weak and they get weaker and weaker. So when we think about this diagnosis, it's very easy to confirm, but we have to come up with it first. But this is not only a muscle disease. What happens when the children grow up? The disease progresses not only in muscles, but there are different areas. For example, the skeleton. Many patients get orthopedic problems. Their spine has a distinguished shape. They might get stiff joints. Also, they have issues with cardiovascular system. Their breathing gets harder and harder as the disease progresses. They also get sleep apnea. Also, they might have issues with the digestive tract. They might have constipation. They might have reflux. And then the nervous system. We have developmental delays. Sometimes there are cognitive issues as well. We have spoken about the outlook today, and this is something that we need to proceed from when we speak about different medicines and clinical trials. We have also spoken about the fact that the treatment is very complicated. I think I can go through these slides very quickly, but what's important is to understand why the current guidelines are as they are. We need time to find the right treatment for every child. We also spoke about the train. The Duchenne gene is like a big long train, and the cars are attached to each other in a different way. But let's go to the management side and treatment side. So I won't be telling you anything new today. To all my colleagues who work with this disease, I would like to recommend 3 documents, 3 guidelines, which were updated recently. Every country, every community doesn't have to invent their own guidelines, but we can base our guidelines on those of the other countries. The first one is about gastrointestinal and hormonal issues. Then the second document is about respiratory and cardiac and bone health and orthopedic management. And the third one is about primary care and emergency management, psychosocial care and transition care across the lifespan into adulthood. These are very good guidelines. They give us the main information. There is no need to read this text here in very small print, but the idea here is that they are very practitioner-friendly. So the content of all these 3 documents have been included on 1 page. So the idea is to help the practitioner. Okay. The top row, you can see the groups of patients. They are not age-based, but stage-based, whether they have just received the diagnosis, are they in the early ambulatory stage, which means still immobile, whether they are in the late ambulatory stage, so things are going worse. Stage 4 is the early non-ambulatory, when people are not mobile anymore. And then we have the final stage, stage 5. And on the left-hand side, you have the different organ systems or different specialists. So this A4 paper includes all the guidelines. In the Estonia guidelines, we have 3 criteria: assess, advise, and as you can see, this team comprises of many different doctors. The main attending doctor is usually a neurologist or pediatric neurologist. And then we also have geneticians.
kliinikut kui sellist ei ole. Et välismaal on paljude erinevate geneetiliste haiguste puhul ka seda, et kõik arstid tulevad ühel päeval
In foreign countries, it's very common that all the doctors come together into one clinic and the patient can visit all the different specialists on one day. But in Estonia, it doesn't work like that. The neurologist gives referrals to different specialists, and so the patient attends different specialists according to their age and their complaints and symptoms. As Professor Aunov said before, our working group came together in 2024. We wanted to get an overview of our patients and our treatment, and we wanted to see how we could manage our system better. There's nothing new here. The patients received treatment before, but we wanted to harmonize our system so that we would all speak the same language. Also, we wanted to prepare monitoring guidelines for Estonian patients and harmonize our tactics. There are different ways to delay the progression of the disease. So the first thing that helps is rehabilitation. So that doesn't only include physiotherapy, but also other areas such as medicines, medical aid, and surgery. When it comes to medicines, then we have, of course, glucocorticoids, but we have also suggested our patients to take coenzyme Q10 and creatine, and also cardiomyopathic treatment. Speaking about medical aids, then we have recommended mobility aids, also breathing support, and gastrostomy. And then the last part here is surgery. So the patients might have orthopedic issues. How can we help these patients? In order to prevent different complications. So this was a general overview, patients and the parents and the critics. But I think the next part will be interesting to medical specialists. For me, what's been the most interesting has been the discussion of which glucocorticosteroid to choose. Presently in Estonia, we have prednisolone, support, and vamorolone. Families have asked us why we treated this disease with glucocorticosteroids. Actually, these steroids cause muscle disease. The answer is that glucocorticosteroids help to stabilize muscle membrane, and that helps the patient to stay mobile for a longer period. It postpones the worsening of scoliosis and surgical treatment, and it also postpones cardiomyopathy. However, glucocorticosteroids always come with side effects. So this needs to be taken into account when deciding whether the patient should take the medicine or not. One of the most difficult side effects of this medicine is that patients gain weight. This means that they weigh more and they are heavier, and this makes it difficult for them to move around. Also, the risk of bone fractures increases. Also, their appearance changes. They become cushion-like, and the puberty is also postponed.
kahjuks on osa minu slaidist plehku pannud, aga
Unfortunately, part of my slide has escaped, but what can we do? So on this slide, you can see a chart that gives an overview of the three medicines. So the first one, prednisolone, this is a universal medicine, which is used for autoimmune diseases, gastrointestinal diseases, different types of diseases. And there is no age specification here, so this drug can be used all over the place. So all the side effects that I just spoke about in the previous slide, these apply to prednisolone. The other two drugs came later. Deflazacort has been around from 2017 and vamorolone from last year. Deflazacort can be used to treat children older than 2 and vamorolone children older than 4. With deflazacort, we can see that the clinical results are better than those of prednisolone, but it can cause behavioral issues, aggressiveness. Also, there's the cataract risk. So the patients have to be monitored by the ophthalmologist. Vamorolone is a new medicine on the market, but by now we know that it doesn't affect the height so much. Also, the bone metabolism is not affected so much by this drug. And the weight gain only takes place at the beginning of the treatment. So it seems right now that vamorolone has fewer side effects than the two other medicines. Trials have shown that over the first 2 years, the effect of vamorolone is very good. But after 13 months, the clinical effect seems to decrease a little bit. Unfortunately, there is one row missing from my slide, which will give another dimension to this discussion. So I am not speaking about anything innovative, but I'm speaking about something that exists. And now when we speak about the price of medicines, then prednisolone has been on the market for such a long time that it's very cheap. It's only a couple of euros per package. Deflazacort is a bit more expensive. Since it doesn't have marketing authorization and a discount, then you need to apply for it separately too, and you need a confirmation from the Agency of Medicines, and a package costs for about 30 euros. Vamorolone is also a drug which is not at a discount, and one bottle, which can be purchased abroad, is about $10,000. This has never been brought to Estonia. So one bottle of medicine is about $10,000, and this one bottle is enough for 1 month of treatment for a 20-kilo weight children. So we need to find the balance point. We know which medicines are good, but we have to consider the price as well. When we speak about clinical trials, sometimes as doctors it's difficult for us to decide which medicine to prefer. We can't make a final decision. This is the art of being a doctor. We have to find the right treatment in each and every specific case, and we need to discuss this with the family as well. What are some other difficulties? Well, the monitoring periods of medicine trials are usually 1 to 2 years.
ja nagu saate aru, siis selle haiguse puhul nendest erinevatest muutustest, mis meile
And
geenides
you
on ka see pilt väga eriilmeline.
probably understand that as there can be different mutations inside the gene,
ja teine
this
küsimus on, mis on kõlanud
disease
väga
can have
teravalt
very
arstide
different
seas, on see,
manifestations.
millal raviga alustada.
Also, we
Üldiselt
have
ka selles ravijuhendis, mis ma välja
been
teen,
discussing with
kenasti
other
öeldud
doctors
füsprednisoloni ja deflasoloni
on
kohta, sest see
how
on
or when
2018
to
avaldatud,
start
seega
treatment.
vamoroloni kohta on seal vaid pandud, et on lootust tuleviku osas. Aga
For
selle ravi
example,
alustamise osas öeldakse enamasti seda, et
when it comes
võimalikult
to
vara enne, kui
vamorolone,
kehaskahjustus on tekkinud.
then
Eestis
they
on
say that
antud
we
juhul
should
leiu
start
juttu
treatment as
tuvastatud
early as
patsiendid
possible.
ka mõnel korral esimesel eluaastal. Ehk
But in
enne
Estonia,
seda, kui
sometimes
tegelikult need sümptomid
accidentally
kõvemad
we
on,
have
kas alustada
discovered
kohe, nagu ütleb juhend, pidi ju vara
people
alustama.
or patients
Aga siin
who
ongi
are
see
under
probleem,
1
see
year
tuleb
of
see
age.
mõtlemise
They don't
koht,
have any
et me
symptoms yet,
püüame
but
leida
the
mõistliku aja. Enamasti
disease
see
has
jääb
been
sinna
discovered.
3.–4. eluaasta juurde,
So
millal
we
me selle
try to
raviga
find a reasonable
arutame
time to
ja
start
lepime
treatment,
perega kokku.
usually by the time the
Sel
patient is
pikaajalisel
3 or
ravil
4
on
years
omad
old.
kitsaskohad. Sellest
The
oleme
long-term
väga
treatment
palju
has
rääkinud.
its
Oluline
issues.
aga on mõista
We
seda,
have
et see ravim
discussed
ei
some of
ole
them
alati
today.
lõpuni sama tõhus
It's
nagu alguses. See
important to
keha
understand that
muutub
the
iga haiguse
effectiveness
käigus
of
kogu
the
aeg edasi.
drug
Meie teeme oma parima töö,
changes.
et
It might
glükokortikosteroidid
decrease. The body is
stabiliseerida,
changing.
et see haigus progresseerumise
Corticosteroids
tõttu
help to
me ei saa
stabilize
alati
the disease,
kuni
but
lõpuni sellesama ravimiga seda tulemust.
sometimes we need
Nii
to
et
change
oleme täna
medicines
mitmest
during the
erinevast
course of
vaatest
healing.
kuulnud Duchenne lihasdüstroofia kohta.
So
See
we
on
have been
ilmselt
speaking
halb,
about
aga
Duchenne
ajas
muscular
progresseeruv
dystrophy
haigus,
from
mis
different
haarab mitmeid
viewpoints
erinevaid
today.
elundkondasid ja
This
seda
is
tuleb
a
arvestada ka siis
disease
ravi
that's
ülesehitamisel.
progressing
Selleks tuleb aga
time.
rakendada
It
väga
involves
holistilist
different
meeskonda,
organ
et niikaua,
systems.
kuni meil ei
It
ole olemas
needs a
tervistavad ravimid, siis
multidisciplinary
tegelikult ei
approach.
saa öelda, et meil Eestis on asjad
And
halvasti. Ma enamasti üritan patsientidele ka seletada
I think
võib-olla seda
that we can't say
kehvasti
that
või mitte, aga
that things are bad here
segaga
in
võrreldes on
Estonia.
hästi. Tuleb jälle
I
mõelda
try to explain
maailmapildis,
to my
kus kohas me
patients
hetkel
that,
oleme. Ehk selles kontekstis
when
meil
we
on
consider the
kättesaadav
entire
ravim
world,
ravimitel, on
then things are
kättesaadavus.
better here than
Kui
they
on
are in
erilised
Africa.
ravimid, me saame teha taotlusi ja proovida neid
We
siiski
do
saada.
have medicines available
oleme ka
when
väga
there are
tervitamas,
rarer
et oleks
medicines,
erinevaid
then
uusi
we can
tervistegevaid
apply for
viise
them
võimalik
under
saada.
special conditions. But we are welcoming all different new
Aitäh.
treatments.
Aitäh.
Thank you.
Kas on mõni
Thank you.
küsimus?
Are there any questions?
Väga põhjalik ja hoogne.
Thank you. It was a very thorough
Jüril on küsimus. Kohe tuleb abiline
presentation.
ja saab küsida nii, et kõik kuulevad
There's a
seda.
question over there.
Ma tahtsin küsida, et kuidas need toetavad asjad, näiteks skolioosi ennetus ja hingamisabi, et
I would like to ask about the scoliosis prevention and breathing aids.
sisse tulevad, et kes seda
How do they
jälgib,
come into
kes
play
seda midagi
in the
ütleb,
system?
et
Who monitors it?
nagu need, no näiteks see skolioosi ennetus sai väga viimasel
For example,
hetkel
in my
nagu
case,
paika, et keegi ei julgenud
the scoliosis prevention was launched at the very final minute.
seda, aga Eestis
We went to Finland and saw that everybody was doing that, but in Estonia, nobody did it.
soovitati hoopis korsetti või midagi
For example, they recommended me to wear a corset. So who should be monitoring these things?
info viib, et nüüd on
Who gives the information to that patient that, okay, now it's the right time to use one or
See
the
on
other.
väga hea küsimus. See
Thank
haakubki
you. This
väga
is an excellent
sellega, miks me
question,
seda juhendit
and it ties in
tahame
nicely
sellisel
with
viisil
why
üles
we want
ehitada, sest tõesti
to
need rahvusvahelised
prepare
juhendid on
these
meil kõigile
guidelines,
kättesaadavad.
because the international guidelines are available to all of us.
Selles kontekstis
But
neuroloog
the
peaks olema
answer
see,
here
kes
is
laste
that
või täiskasvanute,
your attending
see, kes
doctor
nagu
is the
juhib ja
neurologist,
vaatab, et
so
kõik
they
õige
should
päev
be
saaks
the
tehtud.
one
Aga see ongi meeskonnatöö.
that
Neuroloog
monitor
ei
that
jõua
things
alati
get
kõige
done
peale
on
mõelda.
time.
Selleks on meil
It is a
füsioterapeudid,
team effort.
selleks on meil
The
taastusarstid,
neurologist doesn't have the
ortopeedid.
time to think about everything.
Sellepärast see
We have the
edasine tegevus
physiotherapist,
peabki
we
olema
have the
see edasine
orthopedician.
see varasem tegevus peab olema suunitletud ka sellele, et me iga kord, kui me kohtume patsiendiga,
Every time
mõtleme
we meet
nagu
with a
järjest listi
patient,
järgi kõik asjad läbi.
we
Kas me
should
sellest
kind of
rääkisime,
go
kas me
through the
seda
list.
tegime.
Have we spoken about this?
Laias
Have we
pildis
done that?
loomulikult on selleks
So
ravi
in the big
teekonna
picture,
juhtijaks on raviarst. Ja selle peale
the
peab alati
head
mõtlema.
of
Ja
the
alati ka käib sinna väike
treatment
nagu
journey is the
disclaimer
attending
juurde
doctor,
selles kontekstis, et
but there is
arst
always a
mõtleb
little
ilusti küll,
disclaimer.
aga vahel
So
me
usually in
jälgimegi
this
ja
context,
laste haigustus väga tihti me
the
jälgimegi dünaamikat. Et me
doctor
võib-olla sellel korral
does
veel ei räägi sellest, ma olen selle peale ise
think
oma peas
about it,
mõelnud, ma panen endale
and
märku,
they
et me
keep
tegeleme
an
sellega
eye on
järgmine
the
kord.
dynamics.
täna on nimekirjas, mida ma vanematega räägin, nii palju asju ja ma näen, et
But
sellest ma
when
ei jõua enam rääkida, siis ma
there are
valingi
so
selle,
many things
millele ma
on the
rohkem
list and I
keskendun ja
just
võtan selle
don't
teemaks
have
järgmine kord.
the time
Selles mõttes
to speak about
lühike
everything,
vastus
then I just
ehk on see, et
postpone
selleks on
something.
raviarst, kes peab vaatama,
But
et
a
patsient
short
saab
answer to your
iga
question,
õige
the
visiit
attending
käib õige
doctor should keep
tegevusega
an eye
kallutatud, aga
on
selleks me tahamegi, et
all the
oleks seesama
necessary
juhend,
actions
mis aitaks ka raviarstil
and
millelegi
to
lihtsalt
make
fokuseeruda, sellepärast
the
et me
doctor's
kõik
life
ju
easier.
eeldame, et me
We
teeme,
would like
järgmised
them to
arvavad,
have
et tehti ja
guidelines
kolmandad mõtlevad, et ilmselt ei tehtud.
because otherwise everybody thinks that somebody else is doing it. So these guidelines will help the attending doctor to manage the patient's journey in a more efficient way. If it didn't, I can try and answer your questions later. Thank you.
Suur tänu, me siin ka
Thank you.
Aitäh.
Thank you. We were discussing it here as well.
Jüri, said sa natukene vastust?
Yuri, did this answer your question? It did. All right.
Edasi siis, sest meil on veel jäänud nii mõnigi tark inimene.
Let us carry on, since there is more smart people coming to speak to us. Associate Professor Liis Väli is a neurologist at the University of Tartu Hospital and a lecturer at the University of Tartu. She's the Estonian representative at the European Reference Network Muscular Disorder Working Group.
Ja siis jookseb seal üks aeg, no vaatame.
Ma arvan, et ma isegi lähen kiiremini. Tere pärast.
I think I won't use up all the time. So good afternoon, everybody. I'll accept Tuuli Seinberg's call to feel grateful. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be a member of a network like the Competence Center of Rare Disease. I'm an adult neurologist, but I have worked with pediatric neurologists, and I'm a neurophysiologist myself in my daily job, meaning I study nerves and muscles. And I diagnose various neuromuscular diseases. But I focus on adults, and I try to tell you about two neuromuscular diseases from spinal muscular atrophy and Duchenne muscular dystrophy from my perspective. I consider myself quite young, but I have to say 20 years ago when I was going through university, the prevailing attitude was that there are some disorders that are children's diseases and the adult neurologists never get to see them because those patients won't make it that far. Many individuals with SMA3 as well as with DMD became adult, but due to the absence of an adult neurologist to work with them, they stayed with their pediatric neurologist. But the question is, what happens when a child turns 26 and is transferred to different specialists? Many adults stuck with their pediatric neurologist. Now, however, we have a lot more knowledge. We diagnose more patients and we are in general more aware. So from my perspective, what can we do better now? I'd say even though we have a competence center for rare disease, we do not yet have in Estonia a competence center for spinal muscular atrophies and so on. We are making efforts to get there, but it's not yet the case. I believe I don't have any conflicts of interest. Here are my involvements with medical research.
Mõtlesin teha, professor Õunap enne küll rääkis sellest juba, aga et mis need haigused,
Professor Õunap was talking about this earlier, but
või üldse lihashaiguse, et kui meil on
I figured I would talk about where we should localize these diseases.
Siis see tekitab samamoodi vastaskeha poole nõrkuse.
These disorders can start from the brain cortex, similar to, let's say, strokes. Also, when we look at the patient, all we see is weakness. Similarly, spinal trauma can cause weakness when limbs don't move. And then coming to motor neuron disorder, including SMA, now that's already a neuromuscular disease. Let me sort out the slides. All right, let's do it this way. So motor neuron disease, lower motor neuron, being the nerve where the nerve signaling to the muscle to move is damaged.
Samamoodi, kui ta on väljendanud lihase nõrkust, sellepärast et signaal ei jõua lihaseni.
Similarly expressed one possibility is neuropathy, myasthenia, when the nerve passes on the signal but the muscle is unable to receive it, and myopathy, which is a muscle disorder. And here we come to Duchenne muscle dystrophy. The problem is with the muscle. It's a dystrophy, meaning the muscle function degrades. Muscle cells are replaced with connective and fatty tissue. Whereas myopathy is instead in the spinal cord anterior horn. So one of them is a nerve disorder, the other one is a muscle disorder, but the clinical picture is similar. I'll skip past these. I'll tell you, I'll focus more on the spinal muscular atrophy because Duchenne's has been explained at greater length today. This is a deficiency of the survival motor neuron protein. We all have the SMN1 gene and SMN2 gene, whose product is functional only to the extent of 10 to 15% of the SMN1 proteins. In this case, the 7th exon is missing. The protein turns out dysfunctional and is destroyed in the body. But in the absence of SMN1 gene, we must consider the number of the SMN2 genes in the body. If there is none, the patient is not viable. The larger the number, the better the chances. This is a disease where pediatric patients reach adult age. However, the disease can also become evident in adult age. Earlier, the patients were categorized based on whether they were able at all to sit up, to stand up, to walk. Nowadays, this classification since 2017 has fallen into disfavor. Since that year, a drug was developed which changes the course of the disease. especially if the patient starts receiving treatment before the symptoms become evident.
Vabandust, ma natuke liigun slaididega edasi-tagasi. Ei, ma ikkagi siia. Kuna meil on täna olemas ravi, siis ja meil on screening, vastsündinute screening.
Since we have screening, neonate screening for the disease now, and there are diagnostic capabilities, we're able to catch on before any symptoms develop. This is not a children's pediatric disease, as it was considered previously. It causes an irreversible motor neuron damage. However, nowadays, where we're able to monitor the patients during a longer period of time, the disease concerns a protein that's important for all of us and present in all of our bodies. And while the primary symptom is muscle weakness, there are many other problems I would like to focus more on. Professor Õunap focused on the treatment. Currently, there is treatment available to all children and adults alike. And since 2022, adult neurologists gained the ability to start treating such patients on their own. I'm glad to see two of my own patients here with us listening. So during my studies, I did not have any experience with this disease, but now I've had 4 patients affected. The drug has to be taken daily. We all would be able to take this drug with no ill effect because it influences the SMN2 gene. When we take this drug, our body starts to synthesize larger amounts of this SMN protein. However, most of us here don't need it. As I said, thanks to the treatment, we're no longer categorizing the disorder into SMA 1, 2, 3, and 4, but rather according to the individual. SMA is a multi-system disease. When speaking about adults, a key aspect to consider is the reproductive system. For the majority of cases, as mentioned, we give children drugs that have previously largely been tested on adults. This drug is the opposite. We are giving a drug to adults that's been tested on children alone. Therefore, it was the impact of risdiplam on spermatogenesis has never been tested. Unfortunately, there's an effect. Although it is currently considered that the effect may come from the testis development itself. I wanted to show you this slide depicting spermatogenesis. The studies were carried out on prepubescent children. But spermatogenesis takes place from puberty onwards, and this drug affects it to some extent. Animal testing has shown a toxic effect, and therefore
roll,
neurologist will have to take on a family planning related role as well.
lapse saamise soov, siis me peaksime selle ravimi 4 kuud
So if the patient wishes to procreate, we should stop the treatment with this drug 4 months in advance.
fertiilsemad on siis patsiendid, kellel on rohkem survival motoneuron
The more
valku,
SMN protein a patient has, the more fertile they are. It might also be related to the nature of the disease itself. But we have to understand that the drug also has an important side effect here. Here we are contrasting the previous model with a new model. Previously, the previous model placed the family in the center, whereas the new one shows the importance of the neurologist coordinating the ortho, the physiotherapy, and so on. The patient themselves is naturally central. As an adult, their autonomy is important. The role of the family is slightly reduced. And we're looking to improve the aspect of coordination as of now. As a neurologist, I find the coordination to be extremely difficult. We need a kind of neuromuscular center to handle this. It is in theory possible when we have a few single patients. The larger the number of patients, the more necessary getting the harder the coordination. Ideally, when a patient becomes adult, while currently, at least in Tartu, a pediatric patient is taken into the hospital and the children's hospital is children's clinic is very well functioning in getting all the specialists together to help the child. And for adults with our lifestyle diseases, our neurointensive care wards are full of other patients. And ideally, a patient would come to us, spend a day with us, and meet all the specialists during this one day. But coordinating this is extremely difficult. I tried once with one patient last year. I took several days from out of my own work time to organize this, and ultimately I did not succeed. So the challenges are many. Like Teele mentioned, the transition or transfer aspect is important. Elsewhere abroad, they start planning early. They start planning for the transition early for both diseases, SMA and DMD. This might be around the age of 12 to 15 years of the child patient. I was surprised to hear. I had never thought of it this way. Recommendations vary across countries. The US and Germany consider the transition boundary at the age of 18, to start at the age of 18 and to conclude by 25. But it's important to avoid a situation where the previous physician closes the door on the patient while the new one opens it. There should be overlap and coordination, but I admit this is still a problem that needs work.
ma olen veel praegu spinaalse lihasatroofia juures,
All of this
mida
has
peab
been
siis
discussed today
arvestama
already,
lapse saamise asi, nagu ma
but
ütlesin,
from the
naiste puhul see
perspective of
viljakus, mis on
spinal
mõjutatud
muscular
nii
atrophy,
haigusest kui ka
important
ravimist,
challenges are
naiste
fertility,
puhul rasedus, kuidas seda jälgida, sünnitus
fertility for men,
ja
pregnancy and
siis
pregnancy
on
monitoring, as well
hingamisfunktsioon, skoliosi küsimus
the birth
mõlema
process
haiguse
for
puhul.
women.
Skolioos süvendab seda, et meil hingamispuudulikkus, kui meil on väga
Also
laiendatud
challenges
skolioos,
concern the
siis on ka
respiratory function,
hingamisfunktsioon halvem.
scoliosis,
Ehk siis selle peaks
where scoliosis
võimalikult
tends to
enne
negatively
täiskasvanuikka
affect
võiks see
the
olla
respiratory
ära
function and
lahendatud.
therefore should be corrected before
Toitmisravi, seedetrakti
adult
probleemidel on
age.
ravimid, nagu ma
Then nutrition issues, gastrointestinal tract issues.
ahah, siin lihtsalt üks slaid veel ennem, nagu ma ütlesin, et tegemist on siis ravimiga, mis on laste peal proovitud ja täiskasvanutele hakkame andma.
So the drug we are discussing was tested on children rather than adults, but studies currently going on in several countries on nusinersen as well as Restiplan.
Keskustes tehtud uuringud, et
studies carried out in research centers in France and Italy, among others, involved small cohorts of patients.
on mõlemates uuringutes olnud niisugune selge paranemine nii objektiivselt kui siis ka patsientide enda
objective as well as patients' subjective
et
improvement.
meie siis jätkame ravimi kasutamist.
So we also continue the
Siin on
use
slaid,
of
me oleme seda
this drug.
korduvalt näinud, ma tean, ma olen üle aja, kohe lõpetan, et see on see, mida varem kogu aeg näidati ja
The slide here used to be
Jüri
displayed
näeb seda
often.
slaidi ka siin, et nagu vanasti öeldi, et haigus progresseerub ja
Yuri
90%
has
sureb
seen
enne
it as well.
20. eluaastat, aga see oli siis, kui meil see
Formerly the position was
ja
that
meie
the
teadmised ei
disease
olnud sellised nagu täna.
progresses
Täna see ei ole
rapidly
enam
and
niimoodi.
concludes with death
Meil on
before the
ravimid
20th
ja ma
year of
selles mõttes
age.
ise olen
This is no longer the
igapäevaga,
case.
mida rohkem ma loen
We
nendest
now have
uuringutest,
medicines,
seda rohkem ma positiivsemaks
and the more I read up on studies, the more optimistic I feel. There is hope.
et tegelikult on näidatud nüüd viimaste
I'll skip the
uuringutega,
dystrophin gene,
et see eluiga on tõusnud 10 aastat.
but recent
peab olema
studies
10
have
aastat, see
shown
keskmine.
that the life expectancy has increased by 10 years on average.
Olemas või ei ole, siin on.
A study was recently carried out in France.
Et nad vaatasid siis täiskasvanud Duchenne lihasdüstroofiaga patsiente, mis on nende probleemid, põhilised ongi siiski
Studying the adult patients with DMD, and they found that key problems were respiratory failure or damage to respiratory function and cardiomyopathy. Those two were the main culprits in the early death. However, all these have concerned individuals without any without the specialized drugs that modify the disease.
Võib-olla ma saatsin veel seda teile slaididele tähenduseks, millal me alustame glükokortikoidravi, aga millal siis me lõpetame selle glükokortikoidravi.
So we have spoken about when we initiate glucocorticosteroid treatment, but when do we end it? This varies by group, but the French group
on siis sellised, et sellest hetkest, kui patsient jääb
recommends
me ei lähe enam selle kõrgdoosiga 75 per kilo.
Cut the dose of 75 milligrams per kilo at the time the patient is limited to the wheelchair, and the new dose would be 25 milligrams per kilo. So we don't end this treatment. Students always ask why we provide steroid treatment for a genetic disease. What happens is that all effort breaks muscle cells. Inflammation happens, and the glucocorticosteroid helps limit the inflammation and the resulting damage to the muscle cell.
need slaidid on juba olnud.
Teele also covered most of these slides.
Ei ole hullu, aitäh.
I'm sorry for missing my time deadline.
Kas on mõni kiire küsimus?
Thank you. Are there any questions quickly?
Nii selge jutt, polnud vaja midagi küsida. Läheme kohe edasi.
Nothing to ask, it all was clear. Let us carry on.
Lastehaigla
Dr. Ülle Einberg,
ja endokrinoloog. Ta on seotud ka Eesti.
The head of the Tallinn Children's Hospital Center of Endocrinology and an endocrinologist herself. And she's also associated with the Estonian Turner Society.
Mina ka tahaksin tänada korraldajaid.
I would also like to thank the organizers.
Turneri sündroomiga patsientide kuu on käimas ja tegelikult maailmas mitmed ühingud ja seltsid korraldavad
and several associations all over the world hold special days to introduce pathology.
Tegelikult ka meie ülesandeks doktor Jakovleviga on täna rohkem niisugune teadlikkuse tõstmine.
Me and Dr. Yakovlev here, we are here to raise awareness.
On vähe Turneri patsientidega kokku puutunud.
We would like to introduce this syndrome to people who are not very familiar with it. This syndrome was first described by Otto Ulrich in Germany in 1930, and in more detail it was described by Henry Turner in 1928 in the USA.
On tegemist meil ikkagi geneetilise haigusega.
This is a genetic disease,
X-kromosoomi puudumine
and
või selle
the problem is that there is one X chromosome missing, or there is an anomaly in one X chromosome. And this is a syndrome that girls and women get. The incidence is about 1 case per 2,500 live-born female babies. Also, how many women have the Turner syndrome all over the world? It is estimated that there are 50 cases per 100,000. For example, in Denmark, there are about 1,400 in the European Union, about 115,000 in the US, about 100,000. So according to this estimate, we should have about 350 women with this syndrome in Estonia. As doctors, I can assure you that we haven't seen so many patients. So I'm sure that some people haven't received a diagnosis. In our presentation, we proceed from the international treatment guidelines that were prepared a long time ago. These have been updated several times. And it's nice that the last guidelines include different guidelines for children and adults. I will also give some examples from the conference of pediatric Turner syndrome, pediatric endocrinology that took place in Liverpool. So 42% of the patients are discovered before the birth of the baby, either by ultrasound or NIPT or amniocentesis. When there's a suspected Turner syndrome, then a fetal heart ultrasound is necessary. And then it's up to the parents to decide whether to continue with the pregnancy or not. NIPT test has a high rate of false positives, which means that genetic counseling is definitely needed. After the baby is born, a karyotype analysis is carried out. I am here today because there are two very important areas that are related to the pediatric endocrinology. So the first thing is the growth disorder. Children with a Turner syndrome are very small when they're born. And when this syndrome is not diagnosed and treated, then they will suffer growth loss.
ja vot see
And
väike kasv ongi nagu Turneri sündroomi
at the
kõige
beginning,
levinum
they are
või
developing
põhiline
normally, but
tunnus ka, et
as time
patsientidel
goes
on
on,
väga palju
they
erinevaid
remain
probleeme,
relatively
aga lapseeas
shorter
on see
than their
üks
peers.
väga oluline tunnus, väike kasv.
This is one very characteristic feature of Turner syndrome.
Ja
Children are very
selle
short.
tänapäevase ravijuhise järgi siis ravi peaks
According
algama
to the current
võimalikult varakult,
treatment guidelines, we
just
start treatment
sellepärast,
as early as possible
saada nagu paremat lõplikku pikkust,
because we want
sest
to
me
get
teame, et kui patsiendid ei saa
the maximum, we want to achieve the maximum height because we know that when patients are left untreated, then we know that the average height of women is 147 centimeters. However, when we treat the syndrome,
seda
then
patsiendi pikkust veel 5-7 sentimeetrit.
it can give us an extra 5 to 7 centimeters.
Numbrid.
This is the data coming
tõesti,
from
tänapäeval
research
oleks
studies.
väga tore, kui me saaksime alustada seda ravi
Of course, nowadays it would be great if we could start the growth hormone treatment from the age of 2. And this means that the pathology should be diagnosed at an early age so that we could find these patients.
tuleb hiljem, siis
When
loomulikult me
we get
saame
the
pakkuda
diagnosis later, then of course we can offer them growth hormone therapy.
ühel tingimusel, et
This is only provided
epifüüsid on avatud,
that the child's bone
laps veel kasvab.
epiphyses are still open.
Ja ravi lõpetamine toimub siis vanuses
What about
14
ending the
aastat
treatment?
või kui epifüüside
It's at the age of 14
sulgunud, siis me
or
ei ole
after
mõtet
the
seda ravi teha
epiphyseal
kasvu
closure
soodustamiseks.
because there's no point in continuing with the treatment
vaatame juba
in this case.
kasvukõveratelt, et kasvukiirus jääb alla 2 sentimeetri aastas.
Or when we see from the growth chart
siis
that
uue
the growth
ravijuhise
rate is
järgi
less
on
than
niimoodi,
2
et on
centimeters a year.
mikrogrammi
The
kilogrammi
dosage, according to the latest
ööpäevas,
guidelines,
ehk siis
is
seda
45
ravimit
to
süstitakse
50
õhtuti
micrograms
enne ujumist
per kilo of body weight per day.
praegu lubatud veel suuremad annused
And then this dosage is
ja mida me
increased
siis jälgime ravi ajal, on
by step.
IGF-1 analüüsi, insuliinisarnane kasvufaktor 1, mis on
We monitor IGF-1. This is an important marker and we monitor it at least once a year. This helps to assess how the growth hormone treatment is working. IGF-1 should be kept at the optimal level. Probably you have heard some things about growth hormones. So here in Estonia, we have 3 different types of growth hormones. Well, actually, they come from 3 different companies. We have Omnigrowth, Genotropin, and Sizen growth hormone. The 2 first are like injection pens. They are a bit like insulin injections. And they are fun to use for kids. And the third option is an automatic injecting device. And here you can see 2 growth charts. On the left-hand side, you can see the growth chart of a child who has received growth hormone treatment. She was diagnosed at an early age and the treatment started at the age of 2 as the guidelines provide, and she's doing well, and her final height was 156 centimeters, and this is an excellent result. On the right, you see a growth chart for a patient who was diagnosed with the Turner syndrome at the age of 4 and was willing to undergo the treatment for a very short period of time. So this is basically an untreated case, and you can see that the final height was 148 centimeters. And this is a height characteristic of an untreated case. So this is why it's very important for these children to reach us as early as possible. Another area in which we can support the girls with Turner syndrome is the emergence of puberty. There are certain markers we check, FSH, LH, AMH. These are tested for when the children are 8 or 9 years old, and then on a yearly basis until they turn 11 or 12. The idea is to potentially preserve fertility so that we could, for example, freeze the
Turneri tüdrukutel munasarjad ei toimi, et see on nende, ütleme, naiste nagu kõige õnnetum pool, siis tegelikult see östrogeeni või naissuguhormooni tootmine on puudulik ja seda me
freeze their eggs. And the problem with Turner syndrome girls is that their ovaries don't function, and this is why we start a low dosage estrogen treatment when the girls are 11 or 12 years old, and we increase dosage step by step over the period of 2 to 4 years. And we also add progesterone, and this estrogen progesterone treatment is recommended until menopause. 15% of girls with Turner syndrome have spontaneous menstruation, and 30 to 40% of girls have spontaneous puberty. So what should be monitored during the estrogen treatment? Clinically and radiologically, we need to have ultrasound of the uterus and the endometrium. This needs to be done when the menstruation starts or before progesterone treatment is started. When it comes to fertility, then we know that these women can't have children in a regular way, so these consultations should be offered to them as early as possible. We test them for AMH, the anti-Miller hormone, once a year, and for those who have follicles, we can cryopreserve the follicles. The cryopreservation of the entire ovary is not common practice. This is only done for research purposes. Patients with Turner syndrome have several other issues. One important problem is cardiovascular health. When a fetus is diagnosed with left side cardiological disease, then this is an indication to test them for the Turner syndrome. Even the children who are born without a congenital heart defect, they need to get the heart ultrasound when they are aged 9 to 11, and also when they stop growing, and also when they transfer into the adult system. Also, once a year, their blood pressure needs to be checked. Here you can see the health risk. So they can have low blood sugar. They should definitely be checked by the ophthalmologist. Also, they have ear infections and hearing loss. So different hearing tests should be carried out. They should be seen by the dentist once a year, and the skin also needs to be checked once a year. Also, ultrasound should be made of kidneys. Also, there is an increased risk of diabetes, both type 1 and type 2. Also, liver enzymes should be checked. Celiac disease screening should be made, and they should be checked for hypothyroidism. Teenagers and adults can have anemia, also bone health has to be monitored, scoliosis screening, and some girls with burning also have Y material in the chromosome. So here we also need individual counseling. Monitoring and treatment should be carried out by a multidisciplinary team because there are several health risks, several diseases can affect the patient. However, on the other hand, it's fairly uncommon for a Turner patient to have all the diseases that I just listed here. I will go over this slide very quickly. In the new treatment guidelines, you have this summarizing chart that gives doctors information about which tests and analysis should be made at different ages. We have physical examination, laboratory tests, diagnostics, and also counseling. And also the frequency of all these interventions is specified. I am very happy that in 2020 in Tallinn, we founded the Turner Estonia NGO. We are still working. We join patients, their families, and this NGO is welcoming new members. Our aim is to protect and represent the rights and interests of girls and women with the Turner syndrome. Here you can see our symbol. This is a butterfly. This was designed by one of our patients. To finish, I would like to say that now I started with photo of Turner and finish with the photo of Turner as well. This is the man who described this pathology. His date of birth was the 28th of August. So this day is celebrated as the World Turner Syndrome Day. I do hope that one day I'll have a bit more time to describe this anomaly, because we saw that we might have 350 patients in Estonia, and this is quite a lot. But now I would like to hand over the microphone. Well, actually the microphone is attached to me, but hey, thank you. Thank you. A round of applause.
Ja oli väga põhjalik.
Yes, thank you. It was a very thorough presentation. Now,
mitte see nagu eesti keeles öeldakse. Ei ole hapuviimane. Ma ütlen
last but not least,
doktor Ülle Jakovlev.
Dr. Ülle Jakovlev
Ida-Tallinna Keskhaigla
from the East Tallinn Central Hospital from the endocrinology department. You work there and you treat adults with Turner syndrome, and you are also a founding member of the Estonian Turner Association. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to be the last speaker of this day's program. I'll try make it snappy and stay interested. So I'm an adult endocrinologist, like my colleague Ülle Einberg from the Children's Hospital you just mentioned.
Turneri sündroomiga patsiente on päris omajagu arvutuslikult ja kaugeltki kõik ei ole nad meie juurde jõudnud.
There could be quite a number of patients with Turner syndrome, and we have not found all of them. Patients without a diagnosis, both here and in the other European countries, can be quite high. There are a few countries where the state of affairs is better. Denmark as a positive example, where lots of patients have been found, and
täna on räägitud ju ravimite
and
kättesaadavusest
are
siin.
being
Kõik ravimid,
monitored and
millega me oma
treated.
törnereid ravida saaksime
All
ja aidata, need on ju olemas.
drugs
Aga vaja on, et need
that we
patsiendid
need
jõuaksid
to
meie
help
juurde.
these patients
Siis me saame neid
exist
aidata, saame
already.
neid jälgida
What's needed
ja
is to
ravida.
have the
Ja
patients
muidugi
reach
hilinenud
us
patsiendid
so we
jäävad
can
paljuski
help them,
ilma,
monitor them, and
jäävad
treat
kindlasti
them.
ilma kasvuhormoonist,
Patients
jäävad
late for
väikeseks.
treatment miss out on a lot.
Ja see
They miss out
pikkuskasv
on
on
growth
väga oluline
hormone,
nende täiskasvanu elus,
so
ehk
they
siis elukutse valikul. Aga
they
raseduse
don't grow as
kandmisel on
tall as
oluline,
they might
et
otherwise
niisugune
have.
pikkus inimesel ikkagi oleks.
And height is
Ja muidugi siis
important
ka
in an
hormoonasendusravi
adult's life, including
jääb
for
tegemata, kui
pregnancy and
patsient ei tule.
gestation.
Et üleminek siis lastelt täiskasvanute
Let's talk
võrgustikku.
about
See on
transition
tegelikult
from
ju
the
selline
child
võtmeküsimus, kus me
pediatric
saame
network to
päris
adult
hästi
network.
ravitud lastearstide poolt patsiendid, et kõik, kes tulevad
The
meile
patients
lastearstide
are
poolt
being
üle,
well treated
on
by
superhead
pediatricians.
patsiendid.
All the
Kes aga
patients we
kaovad
take
ära
over
ja keda
are
ei ole
excellent
diagnoositud
patients.
õigel ajal,
However,
et nendega on nagu rohkem probleeme.
patients who have
Selleks ajaks,
disappeared in the
kui nad
course of
tulevad, et
treatment
me
or have
kindlasti
never made
tahame,
their
et
way to
oleksid
us are more
tehtud siis
problematic.
südameuuringud,
By the
oleks
time we receive
tehtud
patients,
siis
we would like them to have had
MRI uuring, mis siis uue ravimikäe
heart
järgi peaks olema tehtud kuskil 13.
tests,
eluaastaks.
echocardiography,
raviplaani
cardiac
arutelu,
MRI or CT.
olemasolevate haiguste ravi ja viljakuse
The matters to
hindamine
discuss
ja võimalik
are
ravi, siis
fertility
kõik see
treatment
on
and
selline arutelu
fertility
küsimus,
and
mis
possible
peaks
fertility
algama ikkagi
treatment,
lastearstide
among
juurest.
others.
Ja
These
muidugi ei
two are
ole see
matters
selline
that should be
ühe visiidi
initiated by
küsimus,
pediatricians.
ühemomentne
And this
lahendus.
is, of course,
Oli
not
siin
a
ka
matter of
varemalt
one
juba juttu.
one
Mida me peame
meeting.
täiskasvanud törneri patsiendiga siis tegema? Hästi palju haigusi, mida me
What do we
peame
do with
jälgima.
adult Turner's
Nagu ka
patients?
Ülle ütles,
There
et
are
ei ole
numerous diseases
kõigil
we need to
patsientidel kõik
monitor
haigused,
for.
aga kõikide nende
And like Ülle
probleemide
said, not
suhtes
all
me patsiente
patients
jälgima
develop all
peaksime.
of these diseases.
Ehk siis
However, we should
südamehaigused,
monitor them for
klapirikked,
the
suuremate
entirety of them.
veresoonte haigused, kindlasti
So,
hüpertensioon
cardiac disease, cardiac valve, and major
ja selle
blood
õigeaegne
vessel
ravi alustamine,
malformations,
kaalu
hypertension with
jälgimine,
timely treatment,
ravimine, diabeet ja prediabeet,
weight,
hormoonasendusravi,
diabetes, hormone replacement therapy.
Siis kõik need järgmised, et ma neid ühekaupa siin ette lugema ei hakka,
I'll skip
vaatame
reading
korra
out all the
nende slaidide peale
considerations.
veel,
Instead,
et mida me
let's
siis
look
peaksime
closer
täiskasvanud
at the
törnerit
rest of the
kindlasti vaatama.
slides
Ehk siis
on what to monitor on
kindlasti
a
nagu
adult
me teame,
Turner's
et
patient.
kõige suurem probleem ja kõige suurem risk on ikkagi südametervis ja
We know that
kardiovaskulaarsete probleemide
the main
leidmine.
risk
Ehk siis me
is
teame, et umbes
cardiac,
50%
is
tüdrukutest
finding cardiovascular
omab
issues.
sellist
We
kaasasündinud
know that
südameriket, on see
50%
siis
of
kahehõlmaga
girls with
aordiklapp,
Turners
rinnaordi
have a
kitsenemine,
congenital
aordikoarktatsioon või
cardiac
siis ka
anomaly, whether it's
aordianeurüsm,
bicuspid aortic valve
on tõsiselt ohtlik
or
seisund.
thoracic
Ja
aortic stenosis
eriti
or
keeruline
aneurysm.
on siis nende patsientidega, kellel on kombineeritud
Particularly
probleem, kellel on
difficult
siis
are
kõik
patients with
kas kaks või
combined
kolm nendest südame sagedamini
problems
esinevatest
who have two
südameriketest
or more of the
kombinatsioonis.
most
Ja
frequent
siin
cardiac
on erinevates ka artiklites
anomalies.
välja toodud, et nendel patsientidel tõesti
There are
esineb
numerous
rohkem
articles
äkksurmasid just
stating that these patients are
aordianeurüsmi
at the higher
rebendite
risk of
tõttu
sudden
noores
death
eas, kuna
from
seda ei osata
aortic
kahtlustada.
dissection at a young
Siit
age,
siis ka
since
uues ravijuhendis on
it's
öeldud,
not
et iga
necessarily
vindkere valu
suspected.
noorel naisel vanuses
The
30-35
treatment guidelines state
aastat
that
kuskil seal vahemikus kindlasti
any
tuleb sellele
chest pain
tähelepanu pöörata
on
ja
women
teha õigeaegset
from the age of
uuringut.
30 or to 35 should be
Nüüd kaasasündinud
seriously considered and
südamerikkeid on rohkem nendel patsientidel, kellel
tested
on
and studied.
klassikaline karjotüüp ehk siis 45
Congenital
1-0 ja võib-olla
heart anomalies are more
sellised stigmad, mis selle klassikalise tüübiga
more
kaasas
prevalent
käivad, ehk siis
in
selline
certain
näiteks
patient
laia
groups.
kaelaga patsiendid. Et kui meil on klassikaline karjotüüp
There are stigmas
ja
prevalent with the 45X
et siis me
karyotype,
kindlasti peaksime
such as
südameuuringud õigel
having a
ajal
broad
ära
neck,
tegema.
For patients with those issues, we should certainly do the cardiac testing early. In the absence of these issues, however, there are no contraindications for sport and physical movement. Hypertension is a serious issue for these patients. It is common and early. Daytime blood pressure may be fine. However, the nighttime blood pressure may not drop as it normally would. And once hypertension has been diagnosed, it must certainly be treated. For coagulation, Turner's patients have neither a higher thrombosis risk nor a higher hemorrhage risk. Therefore, coagulation indicators do not need to be checked before initiating estrogen therapy. The thyroid function needs to be checked, especially if a high level of cholesterol is found. For adult patients, attention should especially be paid to the pregnancy period, which often is successful using IVF. We need to know the cardiac status, the blood pressure, and the risks facing every particular patient. And we should have a multidisciplinary team supporting each pregnant patient. I mentioned obesity. This is partly related to the lower stature, which causes fewer calories to be spent. Therefore, staying within a healthy weight is more difficult for Turner's patients. It is a lifetime effort. We, I'm sure, are able to help them in this. Nearly half of Turner's patients are pre-diabetic, and type 2 diabetes is also widespread. Insulin resistance is more common than insulin deficiency. There are renal structure and vasculature malformations, but those do not normally impact the quality of life. There are also early high cholesterol problems, frequent eye problems, and more common birthmarks, which, however, are rarely malignant. Weakness of hearing is common. It's up to 80% more common and progresses more rapidly than a healthy person's. And the patient might not notice. We might be able to notice it in the course of appointment. In order to prevent osteoporosis, long-term hormone replacement therapy is important, similarly to fertility treatments. D vitamin should also be prescribed. Then often bisphosphonate treatment is not necessary. As for the thyroid gland function, it should be monitored since there's widespread malfunction. As for fertility, less than 5% of Turner's patients experience spontaneous pregnancy. They should be counseled early to let them know their fertility rapidly decreases with age, especially for mosaic Turner syndrome patients who are able to become pregnant naturally. So if this is their goal, they should be advised to start early. As for IVF procedures, we should recommend IVF procedures, and we often recommend adoption. And the Turner Association has counseled patients accordingly. This also involves numerous legal issues. There's a table here on the monitoring frequency of various aspects of their physiology. How we're still working on finding all the 350 patients likely to be in Estonia, but hopefully the Turner's Association will help spread the word. Socially speaking, patients socialize fine. They work and hold good positions, but there are also Turner syndrome patients among my colleagues, doctors, nurses, logistics specialists, and so on. However, they're often more isolated, turned inwards, they are more rarely married, they have fewer friends. And this isolation can cause depressive periods. I would again bring up our Turner's Association, which may be able to help patients a bit. With us, they may be able to meet, talk, and work on moving ahead. For doctors, obviously, working with the patient is important. Also working with our pediatricians, GPs, and during certain periods with gynecologists and fertility specialists. A transition clinic to hand over and take over patients should take place. The process itself is by no means perfect in Estonia, but we are always happy to receive a well-treated patient with good treatment from pediatricians. The GPs may not always recognize their patients with Turners. So GPs should be notified of paying some thought to uncommonly short women to check whether their family members are as short or whether this might be a matter of chance. The patient support group, including our Turner's Association, can also improve quality of life for patients and provide training for specialists. How to get an appointment with an endocrinologist, how to stay in contact when the system does not easily allow it. It is frequent enough to be unable to book times because the times are all full. Then e-consultations are available both with specialists, referred also by other specialists. And there are also some patients to whom we give our direct line. How do patients normally cope in their lives? As I said, generally very well, some satisfactory, some well, and some of them very well. You might recognize here the actress Linda Hunt, awarded with an Oscar. Perhaps if you've watched the true crime shows, then Linda Hunt has played has played a detective, and she's a 45X of Turner's patient. Thank you.
Kas keegi tahab miskit öelda, küsida veel praegu?
Does anyone have any questions?
Aga võib-olla on keegi, kes ütleb, no miks ma ei
I
saanud
believe
küsida,
everyone's
miks ma ei
tired.
saanud öelda?
Mina võin küsida.
We're all tired, but maybe there's somebody. I'd like to ask something. We got two proposals for you. We would like to participate in creating a information leaflet on Turners, and we could email patients we have seen, informing them of the existence of such an association. And we have a way to inform our patients.
Perearstide koolitus ja niisugune üldine teadmise
levitamine,
et seda me kõike oleme alustanud, aga sellest kõigest on vähe.
We all have started spreading the word, but our own efforts have not yet reached the end point. We have to keep on working. Thank you.
Kes on alles jäänud? Yes, te olete kõvad kujud. See on nii tore. Ja kui keegi kodus ka veel vaatab, siis
everybody still here is brilliant, and my respect to all of you watching us from your homes. But there's still something left. We have had 3 questions to the Slido environment.
Did I understand you correctly that currently there is no drug in Europe that would have an authorization to treat Duchenne muscular dystrophy? You are right. There are no medicines with authorization. So on the website of clinical trials, we could see that there is a trial ongoing, and this is meant for children who are younger than 3 years of age. And we have tried to spread the word about this trial. And usually US and other countries, they just don't take such trials. Now, another question. When you change glucocorticosteroids, could it have a positive effect when we change the steroids, or do you just keep to one and the same version of the medicine? So there were 3 questions. So the first one was which one to choose, then which age, and then the final question is whether we should switch the steroids. So there is not one single answer here. But when we speak about going from prednisone to deflazacort, then we have had good results. The clinical effectiveness has increased. So there could be an improvement. With Varalon, the results are contradictory. So this is why we want to have the discussion with the Estonian neurologists. So we want to discuss whether we make decisions case by case, or we all transfer the patients on prednisone treatment to another corticosteroid. There is not one single answer to this question, and I hope that after this conference you won't go to your physician and say, but Dr. Meren said that. So there are certain discussions we need to have, and we need to base our decisions on clinical effectiveness. But indeed, there have been cases where new medicines have given better results. Thank you. And there's another question about funding the treatment and whether there's hope for a positive results. Can you answer this question? Well, I suppose there's always hope, right? Yes, indeed. As Rain Laane, the head of the National Insurance Fund, said, then we have tried to solve 1 or 2 problems every year. As the minister said, now we have solved the issue of achondroplasia. Last year we solved the issue of cystic fibrosis. So now, and we have solved the problem of SMA as well. So now I think we'll focus on Duchenne, but let's see how it goes. We have managed. It's 5 o'clock. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. And we are slowly finishing our day. As part of the organizing team, since we are only 4 years old, and we can't manage our time very well. And as all the official participants in the roundtable have left the building and the people from Tartu want to catch their bus, then we'll finish for today. Thank you very much for coming. And thank you everybody for following us online. Stay well. Thank you. Miracles do happen. Now you can go home.
Ja kohvi saab ka veel, kui uksest välja
And there's
lähete.
coffee.
Kohvitass käes võib tormata Tartu poole.
You can grab a cup of coffee while going to Tartu.